Welcome back to Mia Horror Stories. Tonight's tale, I became a caretaker for an old mansion, but the house has feeding times is best experienced in the dark, which is why the screen will stay black. No distractions, no flashing images, just you, your imagination, and the story. So sit back, relax, and listen all the way to the end, if you dare. The first thing the house did wrong was chew. Not loudly, not like an animal with a bone or a person eating with their mouth open. It was smaller than that, more private. A damp working sound behind the wall of the butler's pantry, as if something soft was being pressed and released between teeth that knew better than to show themselves. I stood with one hand inside a cabinet full of chipped blue china, holding a flashlight between my molars because the bulb overhead had died, and listened. 3 wet clicks, a pause, then the slow scrape of something being dragged through a narrow space. I told myself it was pipes. Old houses talked through pipes. Steam knocks, mice, settling plaster. 100 practical things that didn't require me to stand frozen in a room that smelled like dust, lemon oil, and something faintly rotten beneath both. The flashlight slipped a little against my tongue. From the hallway, Mrs. Bell called, "Mr. Voss, you still alive in there?" I took the flashlight out of my mouth and wiped it on my sleeve. Regrettably, "That's good. I hate hiring twice in 1 week." Her shoes tapped closer across the old black and white tile. Not heels. Sensible flats with rubber soles that squeaked whenever she turned too sharply. A second later, she appeared in the pantry doorway with a clipboard hugged against her cardigan, her gray hair pinned in a coil so tight it looked like it gave her headaches. Mrs. Edith Bell, 72, female, was the estate manager for Harrowick House and had the compact, weatherproof look of women who had spent decades telling contractors they were late. She was from Massachusetts, though she had lived on the Maine coast long enough for the salt air to sand the edges off her vowels. She watched people the way accountants watched columns of numbers, waiting for something not to add up. I was Owen Voss, 34, male, recently divorced, recently unemployed, and recently willing to accept a winter caretaker job at an old mansion on the Scudic Peninsula, because it came with a furnished apartment over the carriage house and didn't ask many questions. I had worked building maintenance at hotels in Portland for 9 years, which meant I knew how to fix a boiler, placate rich people, and pretend not to notice when fear sat down beside me and took off its coat. That last part mattered. I had a talent for ignoring things until they became too big to ignore. My ex-wife used to call it your little disappearing act, usually while I was standing right in front of her with my hands full of tools, insisting everything was fine. I pointed my flashlight at the pantry wall. "You got rodents." Mrs. Bell did not look at the wall. She looked at me. "It's an old house," she said. "That's not a no. It's an honest answer." Behind her, the hallway stretched dim and narrow, lined with framed lithographs of clipper ships and dead men with disciplined beards. The ocean was visible through the glass at the far end, gray and chopped up by wind. It was late November, the kind of afternoon that never properly became day. Outside, gulls screamed over the black spruce, and somewhere below us, in the bones of the house, a radiator clicked itself awake. The wall made another small sound, Not chewing this time, more like a throat being cleared. Mrs. Bell's mouth tightened by half an inch. Pantry cabinets stick in damp weather. Don't force them. I didn't. I'm saying don't. There was a calmness in her voice that made me pay more attention than panic would have. Panic explained itself. Calm tried to hide the explanation. I had arrived at Harrowick House 2 hours earlier in a borrowed Subaru with a cracked windshield and 3 cardboard boxes that contained almost everything I hadn't sold. The driveway had taken me through nearly a mile of fir trees and stone walls furred with moss before the mansion appeared above the shore like it had grown there from the rock. Slate roof, granite chimneys, long narrow windows, a wraparound porch facing the Atlantic, its paint peeled in strips where the weather got a good grip. Harrowick had been built in 1891 by a shipping family that made money fast, lost most of it slowly, and left behind a house too large for anyone to heat properly. Now it belonged to a private trust based in Boston, which used it for summer retreats, donor weekends, and the occasional wedding if the couple could afford both the rental fee and the insurance waiver. In winter, the place slept. That was how the job had been described to me. Keep the pipes from freezing. Check for leaks. Meet deliveries. Walk the grounds after storms. Don't let teenagers break in to drink under the conservatory roof. Simple work, Mrs. Bell had said over the phone, if I didn't mind isolation. I had told her isolation sounded fine. I had not told her that some nights I left the TV on just to hear voices arguing about something that wasn't my fault. Now Mrs. Bell stepped into the pantry and peered up at the ceiling like she could shame the fixture into working. That bulb was replaced in September. Bad contact, maybe. There are spares in the mudroom. I'll check the wiring after I unload. No electrical work after 5. I laughed because I thought she was joking. She did not laugh. No ladders after 5 either, she said. No basement trips after 5. No exterior doors propped after 5. If a storm damages something, you photograph it and call me. You don't go investigating. 5 is very specific. So are lawsuits. The pantry wall gave a tiny, soft pop. One of the cabinet doors shifted outward by itself, just enough to show a black line. I turned my flashlight on it. The cabinet was empty except for a linen napkin folded into a square and yellowed at the creases. No mouse droppings, no nest, no obvious hole. But the back panel looked wrong. It bowed inward slightly, as if pressure had come from the room's side and pushed it toward whatever was behind. I reached for it. Mrs. Bell's clipboard snapped against the doorframe. Owen. It was the first time she'd used my name. Not Mr. Voss, not caretaker, Owen. My hand stopped an inch from the panel. Her expression had not changed much. She was still a small, older woman in a green cardigan with a pen clipped to her collar. But her eyes had gone flat and bright, like wet stones. Please don't poke at old paneling on your first day, she said. The trust gets hysterical about original materials. Original materials make throat noises. Sometimes they do. I almost smiled. Almost. Then a phone buzzed somewhere in the hall, and both of us flinched. Mrs. Bell looked annoyed at herself for it. She pulled a cell from her cardigan pocket, checked the screen, and answered with her back to me. Yes, Mara, he's here. A pause. No, I have not frightened him off. Another pause, shorter. Because he needs the apartment, and we need somebody before the first hard freeze. I pretended not to hear that. It was easy. I had done a lot of pretending over the past year. Mrs. Bell listened, breathing through her nose. I'll bring him through now. She hung up and tucked the phone away. That was Mara. She handles the household archive and inventory. You'll meet her in the service office. Mara thinks you frighten people off. Mara is 28 and believes a cardigan makes me harmless. She turned and started down the hall. I followed, giving the cabinet one last look. The door moved again. Not much. Just enough to close itself with a soft wooden tick. I walked faster. Harrowick was the sort of house that made every room feel like it had been waiting for you, and was disappointed by what arrived. The main hall had a staircase wide enough for a wedding party, a fireplace big enough to roast an ox, and wallpaper patterned with faded vines that climbed toward the ceiling. Most of the furniture was under white dust sheets. In the low light, they looked less like chairs and more like people sitting very still. Mrs. Bell gave the tour in brisk fragments. Parlor, library, morning room. Don't use that door, it swells shut. Dining room is closed until spring. Conservatory leaks at the west seam. If you smell gas, it's probably the old service stove, and if you smell ammonia, it's probably raccoons in the crawl space. If you smell almonds, leave and call emergency services. Almonds. Cyanide, theoretically. Family had a photography darkroom here at one point. We've cleared the chemicals twice and still find things. That was the problem with old houses, I thought. They kept everyone's bad ideas. The service office sat behind the kitchen, which was mostly stainless steel updates jammed into Victorian bones. There were 2 commercial refrigerators, a prep island, a butcher block table scarred with knife marks, and a row of copper pans hanging above like dull bells. The air was cold enough to keep my breath close to my face. Mara Quinn, 28 female, stood on a step stool near a wall of labeled cabinets, holding a folder between her teeth while she wrestled a cardboard archive box down from a high shelf. She was Irish, from Galway originally, with cropped dark hair and a navy sweater dusted in paper lint. She had that focused, faintly impatient energy of someone who trusted documents more than people, but was trying to be polite about it. When she saw us, she took the folder from her mouth. Don't stand under this unless you want to become part of the inventory. I stepped forward and took the box before it tipped. It was heavier than it looked. Thanks, she said. You're Owen. Last I checked, Mara, I track what the house still owns, what it's lost, and what the trust pretends it never had. Mrs. Bell made a sound in her throat. Mara smiled at me. That was not an official job description. I've had worse. You will hear too, probably. Mrs. Bell handed me a ring of keys large enough to pull my arm down. Caretaker keys. Exterior, service rooms, carriage house, boiler, pump shed. Tags are color-coded. I held them up. There are 26. 27, Mara said. One's missing. Mrs. Bell shot her a look. What? Mara said. He'll notice. Which one? I asked. Old meat room, Mara said. The kitchen seemed to hold that phrase for a second. Mrs. Bell set her clipboard on the desk. Cold room, not meat room. It was a meat room, Mara said. The butcher's hooks are still in the ceiling. It's locked and not part of your duties, Mrs. Mrs. Bell told me. Because the key is missing. Because the floor is unstable. Mara climbed down from the step stool. Both can be true. Mrs. Bell ignored her and turned to a printed sheet taped beside the desk. Daily checklist. Morning boiler pressure. Noon walk-through. 4:30 exterior locks. 5 o'clock shut-in. I looked at the sheet. The times were written in black marker, underlined hard enough to dent the paper. 4:30 p.m. secure exterior. 4:45 p.m. kitchen clear. 5:00 p.m. no house access without phone call. 5:10 p.m. listen AT service hall. Record irregularities. 5:30 p.m. lights out main level. I read the 5th line twice. Listen at service hall, I said. Mara busied herself with the archive box. Mrs. Bell removed her glasses and cleaned them with a tissue. Harrowick has mechanical systems that shift at dusk. Old radiator network, ocean air, expansion, contraction. You'll learn its normal sounds. You want me to listen to the house. I want you to notice changes before they become invoices. It was plausible. Everything she said was plausible. That was what made it hard to laugh off. The house was old. The weather was hard. Rich people invented weird procedures and called them preservation. Nothing here required a monster. Still, in the pantry, something had chewed. A gust hit the kitchen windows hard enough to make the glass buzz. From somewhere above us came a single thump. Dust sifted from a ceiling crack and landed on the stainless counter. Mara looked up. Mrs. Bell did not. That'll be the east attic shutter, she said. Should I check it? I asked. What time is it? Mara checked her watch. 4:38. Mrs. Bell took the keys from my hand, separated a brass one with a red tag, and gave the ring back. No, tomorrow. But if a shutter's loose, tomorrow. The word came down like a latch. I should have taken that as a kindness. I know that now. She was giving me a rule before I knew why it mattered. But at the time, all I heard was an old woman telling me not to do the basic thing I had been hired to do, and something stubborn in me shifted its weight. I had spent months being told I had failed at things. Marriage, work, rent, answering texts, showing up. The job at Harrowick was supposed to be simple proof that I could still be useful. A loose shutter was not complicated. A bad bulb was not complicated. A noise in a wall was not complicated. I could fix ordinary problems. I needed them to be ordinary. A side door opened off the mudroom, and a young man came in carrying a crate of firewood against his chest. He kicked the door shut behind him and stomped snowmelt from his boots, though it hadn't snowed yet. The wood smelled sharp and green, freshly split. "This all you want by the west hearth?" he asked. Caleb Rusk, 19 male, was local from Winter Harbor, with red hair flattened under a knit cap, and the wary politeness of somebody paid cash for odd jobs by people who owned too much land. He was tall, but held himself folded in, like he expected door frames to disagree with him. His eyes flicked from Mrs. Bell to me to Mara, then toward the service hall. "Caleb, this is Owen," Mrs. Bell said, "new caretaker." Caleb adjusted the crate. "Good luck." "Thanks," I said. That sounded sincere. It was half sincere. Mara laughed softly. Mrs. Bell did not. "Wood by the hearth, then go home before the road gets dark. Caleb nodded. Yeah, I'm not staying past 5. There it was again. 5 o'clock. The number had started to feel like a person standing too close. You all allergic to evenings? I asked. Caleb looked at Mrs. Bell before answering. Mara closed the archive box. Mrs. Bell picked up her clipboard. No one is allergic to evenings. Caleb shifted the firewood higher against his chest. One log slipped and knocked against another with a hollow clack. Roads bad after dark, he said. Deer come out. Deer, I repeated. He gave a small shrug that was almost an apology. Mostly. Mrs. Bell's voice sharpened. Caleb. Going, he said, and carried the crate out through the kitchen. The door swung closed behind him, then bounced slightly on its latch. From deeper in the service corridor came a sound like metal being tapped gently with a spoon. Once, twice, 3 times. Mara's face changed in a way she tried to hide by turning toward the cabinets. Mrs. Bell checked her watch. 4:46. Tour S over for today, she said. I haven't seen the boiler. You'll see it tomorrow, the apartment. I'll walk you over. I still need to unload, then unload. Her patience had thinned. Not anger exactly. Something closer to urgency pressed flat under manners. I looked toward the corridor. It was narrow, lit by a single sconce with a weak amber bulb. At the far end, a green-painted door stood partly open. Beyond it, I could see stairs descending into shadow. The metal tapping came again. A regular sound, almost polite. Is that the boiler? I asked. No, Mrs. Bell said. Mara said at the same time, could be. They looked at each other. The house seemed to listen with us. The kitchen fans were off. The refrigerators hummed. Wind worried at the windows. Somewhere, a pipe made a descending tick, tick, tick like fingernails over combed teeth. My phone vibrated in my pocket, and I nearly dropped the keys. A text from my sister, Lauren. How's haunted Downton Abbey? I typed back, not haunted, just damp. Then, because I wanted someone on the outside to know the joke, I added, they have a 5 p.m. bedtime. The message failed to send. No signal. I held the phone up. One bar appeared, vanished, appeared again. The house's Wi-Fi network showed full strength, but required a password I didn't have yet. Wi-Fi? I asked. Mara pulled a sticky note from the desk and handed it over. Network is heroic staff. Password is case sensitive. It drops in storms, and sometimes when it feels like it. Feels like it. Routers in the archive closet, she said. Temperamental. Mrs. Bell checked her watch again. 4:52. Everyone out of the main house, she said. The way she said it made Caleb's warning feel less like local superstition and more like training. Mara tucked the archive box under her arm. I'll lock the office. No, Mrs. Bell said. I will. That landed badly. Mara's mouth tightened. I can lock a door, Edith. I said I will. For a moment, neither of them moved. There was history there, something worn smooth by repetition. Mara looked younger in the dim kitchen, not frightened exactly, but tired of being managed. Mrs. Bell looked older than she had in the pantry. Then the tapping stopped, just stopped. The absence of it was abrupt enough that my ears filled in the pattern for another beat. Caleb reappeared in the far doorway without the crate. Mrs. Bell, she turned. Why are you still here? West porch door stuck. Use the mudroom. I did. There's something spilled by the threshold. A new smell slid into the kitchen under the lemon oil and dust. Coppery, animal, not overwhelming but distinct, like a butcher shop sink after closing. Mrs. Bell closed her eyes for 1 second. When she opened them, she was back in control. Mara, carriage house. Now, Caleb, wash your boots outside. Owen, with me. With you where? To check the threshold. I thought everyone out. We have 8 minutes. That was the choice, though I didn't understand its shape yet. I could follow Mrs. Bell and pretend this was still a caretaker's first day checklist. Just another mess near a door, another old house problem with a bucket and gloves at the end of it. Or I could say no. I could take my keys, walk across the gravel to the apartment, unpack my boxes, and let whatever rules Harrowick had remain someone else's private madness until morning. Mara looked at me then, not warning me off, not asking for help, just measuring whether I was the sort of man who needed things explained before doing the smart thing. The smell grew stronger. From the service hall came a slow wooden creak, low to the floor, like an old door easing wider by inches. Mrs. Bell held out a pair of yellow rubber gloves. "Choose quickly," she said. I took them. The spill at the west porch threshold was not blood. That was the first good thing. It looked enough like blood in the dim mudroom light that my body reacted before my brain finished looking. Dark smear across the slate. Wet shine in the grout. A few thicker streaks dragged inward, then interrupted, as if whatever had made them had been lifted or yanked before it could leave a clean trail. Mrs. Bell stood beside me with her clipboard tucked under one arm and a flashlight in her right hand. The beam stayed steady. I respected that more than I wanted to. "Don't step in it," she said. I wasn't planning to. Behind us, Caleb hovered near the kitchen doorway in his socks, holding his boots by the laces. He had one foot bare on the cold tile and the other tucked awkwardly on top of it. It was on my soul. I didn't know until I got inside. Mara was supposed to have gone to the carriage house. She had not. She stood behind Caleb with the archive box still hugged against her sweater, watching over his shoulder. Mrs. Bell saw her. "Mara." "I'm leaving," Mara said. "You said that 3 minutes ago." "Yes, and then I saw Caleb walking around with murder boots." "It's not blood," I said, though I wasn't certain yet. Mara looked at me. "That your professional opinion? My professional opinion is that blood doesn't usually smell like bait." That was what it smelled like up close. Fish oil, iron, spoiled meat left in a dockside bin too long. There was a sweet edge under it that made the back of my throat tighten. The kind of smell that clung to your nose even after you stepped away. Mrs. Bell handed me the yellow gloves. "Put those on." The gloves were too small. The rubber stretched tight across my knuckles. "What am I cleaning?" I asked. "Nothing yet. We need to find where it's coming from. The threshold. That's where it ended." I crouched near the smear. The mudroom door to the porch was closed, but not properly. A slim strip of gray daylight showed along the bottom. Wind pushed through it in short breaths, fluttering a mat printed with faded lobsters. The latch looked intact, though the wood around it had old scars from years of swelling, sticking, forcing. I touched one gloved finger to the edge of the spill. Sticky, not fresh warm, cold and thick. "Could be fish emulsion," I said. "Fertilizer or old bait." "In November?" Mara asked. People are inventive when they're lazy. Caleb swallowed. I didn't bring anything in. I'm not saying you did. Mrs. Bell checked her watch again. 4:57. The service hallway behind us gave a long wooden groan, like weight shifting across old joists. The house had been making noises since I arrived, but this one traveled. You could feel it under your shoes. Mrs. Bell's face pinched. We're past time, she said. Past time for what exactly? I asked. For closing the house correctly. Then let me close the door correctly. I reached toward the latch. Mrs. Bell caught my wrist. She was old, but her grip was hard enough to make the bones in my hand press together. Not without checking the porch, she said. I stared at her fingers around my sleeve. You just told me no exterior doors, propped after 5. I told you procedures, she said. Procedures change when something compromises an entry. Something like old fish juice. Something like an unsecured door with attractant on the threshold. Attractant. That word landed with practical weight. Not ghost weight. Not legend. Hunting store weight. Wildlife control weight. The sort of word people used when they had to explain to insurance why a bear got through a window. Caleb's voice came thin from behind us. Edith, I really should get home. Mrs. Bell did not turn, then put on clean shoes and go through the east service door. I left my keys in my truck. Where is your truck? He hesitated. Mara closed her eyes. Caleb, I parked by the old ice house, he said. The gravel loop was muddy. Mrs. Bell's whole posture changed. Her shoulders did not slump, but something in them went inward. The ice house gate is locked at 5, she said. I know. Then why would you park there? Because I was just dropping wood. Your truck is outside the secured perimeter. It's a truck, Edith, not a toddler. Mrs. Bell turned then. And if the gate lock cycles, you'll be walking home in the dark on a private road with no shoulder. Caleb looked down at his boots. It's barely a mile. It's 3.5 to your mother's house. That shut him up. The private fear or flaw in me, the one I had pretended, was just common sense stirred at the familiar shape of the conversation. Somebody had made a small mistake. Somebody else made it worse by scolding instead of solving. Time was being wasted in the space between blame and action. I knew that space. I had lived in it with Lauren after our father started forgetting the stove, with my ex-wife after the first missed mortgage payment, with every supervisor who preferred a report to a repair. I'll get his keys, I said. Everyone looked at me. No, Mrs. Bell said. It's light enough. I'll go out, grab the keys, check the porch door from outside, and we all stop arguing in the mudroom. You don't know the grounds. I know how to walk to a truck. Mara set the archive box on the floor. He's right about the arguing. I did not ask you, Mrs. Bell said. You rarely do. The wind hit the porch door hard enough to make the gap under it whistle. Somewhere far off, down toward the shore, a buoy bell clanged once and then was swallowed by the weather. Mrs. Bell looked at the door, the smear, the darkening windows. She was doing math I did not yet understand. 5 minutes, she said finally. You go with Caleb. Mara stays here. You do not enter the ice house, not open any other door. You get the keys and come back through the east service entry. Owen checks only whether the west porch door was forced from outside. I held up my gloved hands. See, teamwork, no jokes, she said. I stopped smiling. Caleb shoved his feet back into his boots without tying them. Mrs. Bell opened a wall cabinet and took out a heavy flashlight, 2 orange safety vests, and a handheld radio with a cracked rubber antenna. She slapped the radio into my palm. Channel 2. Press, speak, release. If I call you back, you come back. Got it. Repeat it. I almost snapped at her. I could feel it rising, that sour little masculine reflex that hated being treated like a child, especially when part of me knew I had behaved like one in other rooms in other years. Instead, I said, Channel 2. If you call me back, I come back. Her eyes searched my face. Good. Mara stepped closer and lowered her voice so only I could hear. The East Service path floods near the lilacs. Stay on the stones. Why? Because the ground looks solid until it is. That was not comforting. Caleb and I went out through the East Service door at 5:03 p.m. I know the exact time because the second we stepped outside, the radio crackled and Mrs. Bell's voice came through. Marking departure. 5:03. Caleb muttered, Jesus. The cold caught me under the collar. Not deep winter cold, but wet coastal cold that found every seam. The sky had gone the color of old pewter. Harrowick's windows reflected it in dull rectangles, most of them dark except for the kitchen and a weak lamp upstairs that made the glass look jaundiced. The East Service path curved along the side of the mansion between a kitchen garden gone to stalks and a granite retaining wall furred with lichen. The stones were uneven. Water shone between them. Beyond the wall, spruce trees leaned in the wind with a dry needling sound. Caleb walked too fast. Slow down, I said. I know the path. Your boots are untied. He glanced down, annoyed, and nearly slipped. I grabbed his elbow before he went sideways into the mud. He shook me off quickly, embarrassed. Thanks, he said, not looking at me. The radio clicked. Static hissed. Then Mrs. Bell, status. I pressed the side button. On East Path, nobody dead, a pause. Use proper status calls, please. Mara's voice came faintly in the background, away from the radio. He said nobody dead. That's a status. I smiled despite myself. Caleb didn't. His eyes kept going to the trees. So, I said, what's with 5 o'clock? Ask Edith. I did. She gave me a museum answer. She does that. And yours. He stepped over a flooded patch. Mine is don't be here after 5. That's not an answer. It's the answer I've got. The path opened to the back of the house, where the land sloped toward outbuildings. Carriage house to the left, pump shed near a stand of bare birches, ice house farther down where the trees thickened. Beyond all of it, I could hear the ocean beating itself against rock, steady and indifferent. Harrowick looked worse from the rear. Less grand, more functional. Service doors, narrow basement windows, old coal chute sealed with rusted iron. A line of claw marks scratched the paint near one low window. I stopped. Caleb noticed and came back half a step. Raccoons. You have raccoons with crowbars. The scratches were too deep for paint damage from branches. 5 parallel gouges ran down through white paint into gray wood. Beside them were smaller punctures around the frame, dark with damp. Porcupines chew wood, Caleb said. That's not chewing. Then I don't know. He moved on. I stayed 1 second longer and shined my flashlight at the basement window. Behind the dirty glass, something pale lay against the sill on the inside. A rag maybe. Insulation. A flour sack. Then the radio barked. Owen, Caleb, move. Mrs. Bell had been watching from somewhere, or listening, or she simply knew hesitation through walls. We moved. The old ice house sat beyond a sagging split rail fence, half sunk into a rise of earth like it wanted to go back underground. Its stone walls were dark with moisture. The wooden door was wide, black, and banded with iron straps. A padlock hung from the gate in front of it, attached to a newer chain. Caleb's pickup was parked outside the gate at an angle, front tires nosed into dead grass. A faded blue Ford with a dented tailgate and a stack of empty feed sacks in the bed. Keys are in the cup holder, he said. You left them in the cup holder. I wasn't staying. That logic hasn't improved. He gave me a look. Do you want to lecture me or go back? Both, apparently. He opened the driver's door and leaned inside. The house behind us looked farther away than it should have. Not physically, just in terms of help. Yellow light glowed in the kitchen window, small and domestic, while the rest of the mansion stretched dark around it. A soft clatter came from the other side of the ice house door. Caleb froze halfway out of the truck. I heard it too, metal against stone. Then a wet shuffle. Animal, I whispered. Inside, he whispered back. The gate was locked. The ice house door beyond it was closed. The stone walls had no visible windows, just narrow vents near the roofline covered in mesh. Could be trapped, I said. Caleb had gone pale in the cold. We should go. Get your keys. He fumbled in the cup holder. The clatter came again, sharper. Something inside the ice house struck the door low, near the bottom edge. The old wood jumped in its frame. Caleb dropped the keys onto the truck floor. Damn it, the radio hissed against my chest. Mrs. Bell's voice came through, thin and strained. Report. I pressed the button. At Caleb's truck, heard movement inside ice house. Gate locked. Getting keys now. There was a half second of nothing. Then, return immediately. Caleb bent into the cab, patting around the floor mat. I can't find them. Use your phone light. It's dead. Of course it is. The ice house door bumped again. Not hard enough to break. Hard enough to be deliberate if it were a person. Hard enough to be panic if it were an animal. I moved closer to the gate, sweeping my flashlight beam along the ground. The mud in front of the ice house was marked up with tracks. Some boot prints, including Caleb's older ones probably. Deer hoof marks, raccoon handprints, and a long drag line, as if a sack had been pulled from the tree line to the door. At the base of the gate, caught on a splinter, was a strip of orange plastic, contractor bag. The same kind I'd used 100 times for demolition scraps. Owen, Caleb said, I got them. He stood holding the keys, breathing too fast. From the ice house came a voice. Not clear, not loud. A hoarse sound through wood and stone, so distorted by thickness that for one stupid second my brain tried to classify it as an animal call. Then it came again. Help, Caleb backed into the truck. The radio erupted with static. Mrs. Bell said something, but the wind and crackle ate half of it. I pressed the button. There may be a person inside the ice house. This time, the silence afterward was not technical. Mara's voice broke in, closer to the radio than Mrs. Bell's. Say that again. I looked at Caleb. He shook his head. Not denial, pleading. I spoke slowly. I heard someone say help from inside the ice house. Mrs. Bell came back on. Do not open that gate. If someone's trapped, do not open it. There's a person inside. You do not know that. The ice house door trembled in its frame. A dull thump followed. Then another voice sound, weaker. Please. That was enough. Whatever private flaw I had, my need to prove I could fix what was in front of me, my allergy to standing by, my old habit of stepping into emergencies. Because emotional ones had beaten me, I felt it hook into my ribs. I could imagine the report. Caretaker hears person begging, does nothing because estate manager says wait. 19-year-old handyman present. Weather cold, response delayed. No, not that. Caleb, I said. Which key opens the gate? He stared at me. I don't have it. Keys. No, Edith has the gate key. Of course she did. Bolt cutters, I asked. In the bed, maybe. The radio crackled. Mrs. Bell's voice was no longer controlled. Owen, listen to me. If you open that gate, you may make this worse. For who? For everyone. That answer was too big, too strange. Mara cut in again. Edith, if there's a person, there is a protocol. Then call 911. I am. I looked toward the house. In the kitchen window, a shape moved. Then another. I couldn't tell if it was Mrs. Bell or Mara. Caleb opened the truck bed box with shaking hands and found a rusted pair of bolt cutters under a tarp. He didn't hand them to me. He held them like he regretted locating them. This is bad, he said. Yes. No, I mean this is how people get fired or sued or found dead in an ice house. He flinched. That was unfair. I knew it as soon as I said it. Caleb was 19, scared, local enough to have absorbed rules without explanations, old enough to resent them, young enough to still obey the person who signed his checks. I softened my voice. Go back to the house. He shook his head. I can't leave you. You can. I won't. There it was. Not bravery like in movies, something more awkward and human. He was terrified, but he would rather be terrified with another person than safe alone and ashamed. I took the bolt cutters. The gate chain was new enough that the first bite slipped. Metal squealed, my hands jarred. The rubber gloves made my grip clumsy. Inside the ice house, the person, or whatever human shape my mind had already committed to, scraped at the door. Hold the chain, I said. Caleb grabbed it. Careful. I am. I set the cutters again and leaned all my weight down. For a second, nothing happened. Then the chain gave with a crack that shot into the trees. The radio made a sound like someone had dropped it. The gate swung inward. The smell hit us immediately. Not the bait smell from the mudroom. Worse, concentrated, rotting fish, wet fur, old meat, and underneath it human waste. Caleb gagged and turned away. I pulled my shirt over my nose. The ice house door was secured with an iron latch but no lock. My flashlight shook on it. I told myself the shaking was from cold. Owen, Mrs. Bell said through the radio, quieter now. Walk away from the door. Emergency services on the way. No answer. Mara, I said. Mara answered. I'm calling. Signal's unstable. I'm trying the landline. The landline. Because of course the cell signal was garbage, and the Wi-Fi dropped when it felt like it. And this house had been designed by dead people who thought isolation was elegance. A scraping came from the other side of the door. Then a palm slapped against it. Once, twice, weak, I lifted the latch. The door opened 6 inches before something inside blocked it. A face appeared in the gap near the floor. Male, maybe 40s, gray skin, beard matted to one side, one eye swollen nearly shut. His lips were cracked, and his breath came in a thin, clicking pant that sounded painfully similar to what I had heard in the pantry wall. He was lying on his side, wedged against the door. "Water," he whispered. Caleb made a small, broken noise behind me. "Sir," I said, forcing myself calm. "Can you move back?" The man's good eye rolled toward me, unfocused. Behind him, in the gloom, something shifted. Not alive. I don't mean that. A pile. Several black contractor bags, torn open. Bones from butcher scraps. Fish frames. A white plastic bucket tipped on its side. Coils of rope. A yellow extension cord. And on the stone floor, just beyond the man's shoulder, the missing red-tagged key I'd seen Mrs. Bell remove from my ring earlier. No, not the same key. Another red tag. The old meat room key, maybe. The man tried to speak again. All that came out was air and spit. "We need to get him out," Caleb said, voice cracking. "Yes." I put my shoulder to the door and pushed, but the man's body blocked it. He cried out, a raw, scraped sound that made me stop instantly. Sorry. We need to pull him," Caleb said. "Not by the arms. He could have a spinal injury." What do we do then? I didn't know. I had taken first aid courses for hotel liability. I knew how to wrap a burn, use an AED, tell a guest not to sleep after hitting their head. I did not know how to extract a half-conscious man from an old ice house full of rotting bait, while an estate manager ordered me not to open the door. The radio clicked. Mrs. Bell said, "Owen, listen very carefully. Is he bleeding?" I looked at the man. His jacket was torn at the shoulder. One pant leg was wet and dark below the knee. There were scratches on his hands, deep enough to be serious, and bruising around his throat. Yes. How badly? Hard to tell. Is he alone? I aimed the flashlight into the gap behind him. It caught on the bucket, the bags, the rope, the red tag, and then on the far wall. A rectangle of fresh plywood covered part of the stone. On it, written in black marker, were times, not unlike the checklist in the service office. 5008, 0011, 00 beside them, tally marks. Some crossed out. My mouth went dry in a very ordinary way. The way it does when you realize a bill is worse than expected, or a tire is flat on the interstate, or somebody has lied to you for reasons you can't yet name. "I don't know," I said. The man on the floor gripped the edge of the door with two dirty fingers. "Don't," he whispered. "Don't what?" I asked, his eye fixed on mine. "Feed." A loud mechanical clank came from the mansion, not inside the ice house, behind us. Up the hill, Caleb turned. Lights in the kitchen window flickered once, then went out. The radio gave a burst of static and died against my palm. For half a second, the whole estate seemed to hold its breath. Then, from Harrowick House, from somewhere low in the service wing, an alarm began to ring. Not a modern alarm, a brass bell, fast, manual, violent. Mara screamed my name from the dark kitchen doorway, far uphill. Caleb took one step toward her. The injured man grabbed my glove with surprising strength. "Don't open," he rasped. Behind him, deeper in the ice house, something heavy slid across the stone floor and bumped against the bags. Caleb whispered, "Owen." The house bell kept ringing. Mara screamed again. The door locked behind us. Mrs. Bell's voice followed, faint but clear enough to slice through the wind. Stay away from the service hall. And just like that, the problem split in two. An injured stranger trapped in front of me. Mara and Mrs. Bell locked inside a dark house behind me. The radio dead. The light gone. The 5 o'clock rule broken. And no way to solve one without turning my back on the other. The first attempt failed because I still thought the night had rules. Not Harowick's rules, mine. In my head, emergencies were supposed to arrange themselves into clean priorities. Injured person first. Call 911. Stabilize. Extract. Then secure the building. Then document. Was how hotel managers talked in quarterly safety trainings, while everyone ate stale muffins and waited for the fire marshal to stop clicking through slides. But the injured man had his fingers locked around my glove. Mara was screaming from the dark kitchen doorway uphill, and the brass alarm bell inside Harowick kept hammering like someone was beating a pan with a wrench. Caleb stood between the ice house and the mansion, turning one way, then the other. "We have to go back," he said. "Mara's inside. Can't leave him. He told you not to open it. He's delirious." He said, "Don't feed." The man made a wet sound against the stone floor. His hand slipped from my glove and landed palm down in the mud just inside the ice house door. I crouched lower. "Sir, listen to me. What's your name?" His good eye moved in its swollen socket. His lips worked twice before anything came out. "Daniel. Daniel what?" He swallowed. His throat clicked. "Pike." Caleb sucked in a breath behind me. I looked back. "You know him?" "No, I mean maybe. There was a missing guy. From Ellsworth, I think. A contractor. Daniel Pike, male, around 45, American, was lying half-wedged behind the ice house door with his face the color of candle wax and his clothes stiff from dried grime. He had the build of someone who worked with his hands, broad in the shoulders, thick wrists, nails broken short. Fear had made him smaller. His whole body seemed folded around pain. "Daniel," I said, "we're going to get help." He tightened one hand into a fist. "Door. I know. We need to move you from behind it." "No." His voice tore thin. "House door. Behind us." The mansion's bell rang harder. I turned toward Harowick. From the ice house, the rear of the house sat uphill and slightly left, maybe 200 yards away. The east service path curved along the kitchen garden to the service door we had exited. The west mudroom entrance was around the far side, nearer the porch. Between the ice house and the house were wet grass, a low stone wall, the pump shed, a row of bare lilacs, and the gravel service loop that circled toward the carriage house. A square of dim emergency light flickered in one basement window, then vanished. Mara shouted again, but the wind shredded the words. I grabbed the radio and clicked the button. Nothing. "Caleb, get in your truck. Drive to the main road. Call 911 once you get signal." He stared. "The gate." "What gate?" "The main gate. Edith locks it from the house." "Ram it with my truck." "Yes, with your truck." "That's my mom's truck." I almost laughed. It came out like a cough. "Caleb, I'm not saying no. I'm saying it's not a ram." The ice house shifted behind me, not the building, something inside. A slow slide over stone. Daniel's face changed. His good eye widened, until white showed all around the iris. "No," he whispered. I grabbed the edge of the icehouse door and pulled it as far as Daniel's body allowed. The gap widened to maybe 10 inches. Enough for air and flashlight beam, not enough for escape. The beam jumped over torn black bags, fish skeletons, a white bucket, a tangle of rope, and a dark smear leading to the back of the icehouse. The far wall had an old service hatch, low and rectangular, probably once used for sliding blocks of ice in and out. Fresh plywood covered most of it. A yellow extension cord disappeared beneath the plywood. Then something pale moved. Caleb made a strangled sound. It rose from behind the pile of bags, narrow and curved and slick. For one stupid second, I thought of a hand reaching up from a heap. Then the shape unfolded. A gull. A huge herring gull trapped inside, its wings fouled with grease and one leg tangled in plastic twine. It flapped once, slammed into a bag of scraps, and sent fish bones skittering across the floor with a dry, frantic rattle. Caleb bent over with both hands on his knees. Oh my God. Even Daniel flinched, then sagged. The terror had been real. The cause was not. That somehow made it worse. It proved the place didn't need ghosts. A trapped bird, a locked door, a pile of meat, and a man half dead were enough to make your brain betray you. I exhaled hard. It's a gull. Caleb wiped his mouth with his sleeve. I hate gulls. Noted. The alarm bell stopped. The sudden quiet pushed against my ears. From the mansion, Mara screamed, "Owen." This time the word carried. I made the first bad decision quickly. Caleb, stay with Daniel. Keep talking to him. Don't pull him unless the door starts closing or something changes. Something changes. What does that mean? You'll know. I hate that answer. So do I. I shoved the bolt cutters into his hands. If he stops breathing, get him flat if you can. If you hear anything human out here, shout. If you hear me shout, come. That's too many ifs. It's that kind of job. I ran uphill before I could think better. The wet grass grabbed at my boots. By the time I reached the low stone wall, my lungs were scraping. I was not old, but the past year had made me soft in ways that embarrassed me. Too much takeout. Too much sitting in my truck outside the apartment I could no longer afford. Too many nights awake until 3 with my phone in my hand and nothing useful on it. I climbed the wall badly, slipped on lichen, and landed hard on my left knee. Pain flashed up my thigh. Damn it. The mansion loomed above me with most of its windows black. The only steady light came from the carriage house apartment beyond the gravel loop, where one porch lamp glowed warm and useless. The main house had gone dead, except for a red emergency exit sign visible through the kitchen glass. Mara was at the east service door, pounding from the inside. I could see her through the narrow window in the upper half of the door. Her face was pale in the red light, hair stuck to her forehead. "It won't open," she shouted through the glass. I grabbed the exterior handle. Locked. I tried my new key ring. My hands were clumsy from cold and rubber gloves, so I tore the gloves off with my teeth and spat one onto the wet stone. The brass keys clacked together. Blue tag, green tag, white tag. Service entry should have been green. The green key went in but would not turn. "Lift the handle," Mara yelled. "I am. Lift harder. I'm going to break it." Then break it. I lifted until my wrist ached. The The key turned halfway and stopped. Behind Mara, deeper in the service hallway, Mrs. Bell's voice called something sharp. Mara looked back. "What?" I shouted. Mara pressed her face closer to the glass. The inner fire door dropped. "Edith says the fail-safe tripped when the power cut. We're stuck between the kitchen and service corridor. Can you get out the mudroom?" "No, west door is jammed. Something's wedged outside or the frame shifted. The threshold spill. I don't know. Edith won't let me go near it." Mrs. Bell appeared behind her, smaller in the red light, but no less severe. She had a flashlight in one hand and the house phone in the other. "Owen," she called through the glass, "go to the carriage house, break the lockbox. There's a spare mechanical override key inside." "Where's the lockbox?" "Laundry room, behind the water heater." "Of course it is. The code won't work without power. Use the bolt cutters. Caleb has them." Mrs. Bell closed her eyes. Mara said, "Take the axe from the wood rack." Looked toward the carriage house. 50 yards across the gravel loop, past the kitchen garden, with a small porch and a stacked wood rack beside the door. Good, a task, a real one. Then Daniel screamed, not loud enough to be healthy, loud enough to tear. The sound came from the ice house and curled through the wet air. Mara's eyes widened. "Who is that?" "The man inside." Mrs. Bell went completely still. "You opened the ice house," she said. "There was someone trapped. You cut the chain. There was someone trapped." Her mouth moved once without sound. Then she said, "Get the override key." "Edith," Mara snapped. "What is happening?" Mrs. Bell ignored her. "Owen, the service fire door will not hold if the motor cycles again." "What motor?" "The old dumbwaiter lift. It runs through the service shaft from the basement cold room to the pantry." My mind snagged on the pantry, the cabinet panel, the chewing. "The cold room you said was off limits." "Yes." "Is someone in the house?" She did not answer quickly enough. Mara turned on her. "Edith," Mrs. Bell's voice lowered, but I could still hear it through the glass. "We have had trespassers using the old service spaces." Trespassers. A word too small for Daniel Pike, lying in an ice house beside contractor bags of rotting meat. "What kind of trespassers?" I asked. "The kind who know the house better than new caretakers." That shut all of us up for half a breath. Then the door behind Mara clanged. Not the east service door, something interior. Mara spun around. The red exit sign flickered. Mrs. Bell grabbed Mara by the sleeve and pulled her backward out of view. "Owen," Mara shouted. I backed from the glass. Second attempt. Get the override key. It failed before I reached the carriage house. I limped across the gravel loop, my left knee hot and unstable. The carriage house was a long, low building with 3 arched bays and an apartment over the old stalls. Its porch light hummed with insects that should not have been alive in late November, but were weakly tapping themselves against the glass. The wood rack sat beside the porch. No axe, of course. I found the bracket where it should have been, empty except for 2 rust stains. "Caleb," I shouted toward the ice house. No answer. The wind shifted, carrying the ocean and the rot and something else. Smoke. No, not smoke. Hot dust. Electrical. I tried the carriage house door. Locked. This key ring did have the right key, thank God. And the door opened into a narrow mudroom that smelled like mouse traps and laundry detergent. My apartment was upstairs. but the laundry room was straight ahead past 2 old horse stalls converted into storage. I moved fast, flashlight beam bouncing over shelves of paint cans, winter storm shutters, garden hoses, a crate of empty mason jars, a broken wicker chair. Behind the water heater was the lockbox. Steel, small, mounted to brick. The keypad was dead. I scanned the room for tools. Mop, snow shovel, plastic bin labeled Christmas, a cordless drill with no battery, a bucket of rock salt. I yanked open drawers under a workbench. Screws, rags, old hinges, a handsaw, no crowbar, no hammer. My phone buzzed. For one hopeful second, I thought signal had returned. It was Lauren's unsent text thread flashing a notification from earlier. Nothing new, no service. I wanted to throw it. Instead, I grabbed the rock salt bucket and smashed it into the lockbox. Plastic cracked. Salt spilled across the floor in a white rush. The box did not care. I hit it again with the handsaw handle. The handle split. Come on, again. The metal dented barely. From outside came a crash, not from the mansion, from below the carriage house at the far bay. I shut off my flashlight without thinking. The dark wrapped the laundry room tight. Through the wall, I heard feet on gravel, slow, dragging slightly. Then a scrape against the carriage house door I had left open. I stood behind the water heater with the broken saw handle in my hand, breathing through my mouth. A shape filled the laundry room doorway. Tall, hunched, head wrong. My body went stupid with fear. No thought, just animal electricity. Then the shape coughed and said, "Owen, Caleb." He stumbled into the beam when I snapped the flashlight back on. He had a smear of blood across his cheek, not his own maybe, and the bolt cutters in one hand. Almost shouted at him out of relief alone. What happened? Daniel tried to crawl out. The gull went insane, I thought. He bent forward, breathing hard. I thought someone was behind me. Someone was. I don't know. Is Daniel alive? Yes, he passed out, I think, breathing. I dragged him clear enough to open the door wider, but I didn't pull him all the way. You said spine. Good. No, not good. There's a hatch in the back of the ice house. It opens from underneath or behind or something. I saw light through it. Light, like a flashlight moving. Then Daniel woke up and started saying, "Shut it, shut it, shut it." So I ran. He held out the bolt cutters. I took them. Help me. The lockbox chain took 2 bites, but it gave. Inside was a single iron key on a red plastic tag and a laminated card with blocky instructions. Mechanical override service fire door insert AT East Hall panel. Turn clockwise until resistance SDOPS. Do not force return. Under that, in smaller handwriting, if door releases after 5:00, clear corridor before opening pantry access. I read it twice. Caleb saw my face. What? Nothing good. We ran back toward the mansion. My knee had decided it was finished negotiating. Every step sent pain up into my hip, and by the time we reached the east service door, I was sweating under my jacket despite the cold. Mara was no longer at the glass. "Mara," I shouted. Mrs. Bell appeared instead. She looked worse now. Her hair had come loose at one side, and there was a red mark along her temple. "Panel is outside," she said through the glass, pointing to a metal plate set into the wall beside the door. "Use the override." I found the panel, flipped it open, inserted the iron key. It turned stiffly. Inside the wall, gears engaged with a sound like an old elevator waking. The east service door unlocked first with a clean metallic snap. "Open it," Caleb said. "No, fire door first." I kept turning until resistance stopped, just like the card said. Somewhere inside, something heavy rose or released. A chain rattled down through a shaft. The sound echoed deep into the house, down and down, as if the service wing had more space beneath it than a house should. Mrs. Bell shouted, "Stop there." I stopped. Caleb pulled the east service door open. Warm, stale air washed over us, carrying kitchen smells, dust, and the same coppery bait stink from the mudroom. Mara was on the floor about 10 feet inside, sitting with her back against the wall beside the service office. Her left hand was wrapped in a towel. Blood had soaked through at the thumb. Mara Quinn, who had seemed crisp and unshakable an hour ago, was now shaking so hard her teeth clicked. "I'm fine," she said immediately. "No, you're not," I said. "It's glass." I punched the emergency frame. Mrs. Bell stood between Mara and the inner service corridor, holding a fireplace poker. A fireplace poker. That image did more to scare me than any sound had. Mrs. Bell, with a weapon, meant the rules had stopped being enough. "What happened?" I asked. "The dumbwaiter moved," Mara said. Mrs. Bell snapped. "Mara, no, he needs to know." Mara pressed the towel tighter around her hand and winced. Something came up in the pantry shaft, or tried to. We heard it behind the wall. Edith pulled me back before the cabinet doors opened. I looked toward the service corridor. The green painted door to the basement stairs stood at the far end. Between us and it were the kitchen, the pantry entrance, and the office. The red exit sign tinted everything the color of old meat. Caleb whispered, "We should leave." "Yes," Mrs. Bell said. "Now." That was the third attempt. Evacuate everyone. It almost worked. I helped Mara up. She leaned into me more than she wanted to. Caleb moved ahead toward the exterior door, checking the gravel outside. Mrs. Bell backed after us, never turning her back on the corridor. "Where's Daniel?" Mara asked. "Ice house," Caleb said. "We can't leave him." "We're not," I said. "We get you out, get Caleb's truck, drive to the road, call police and fire." Mrs. Bell gave me a look. "What?" I said. "The main gate will be locked." Then we cut it. "With what?" Caleb lifted the bolt cutters. For the first time all night, Mrs. Bell seemed briefly proud of him. We got Mara through the east service door and onto the path. The cold hit her, and she made a small sound, but kept moving. We were 20 feet from the mansion when the carriage house porch light went out. Then Caleb's truck horn began blaring down by the ice house. One long, continuous note. Caleb stopped so abruptly, I nearly ran into him. "I didn't touch it," he said. The horn wailed across the grounds, raw and mechanical, bouncing off the stone walls and the trees. Mrs. Bell said very softly, "They're at the truck." "They?" Mara asked. No one answered. The horn cut off. The quiet after it was worse. From the direction of the main driveway came another sound, the iron estate gate closing, not gently. The motor strained in the distance, a low electric growl followed by a hard clang that rolled through the trees. Caleb's face crumpled with disbelief. "No, no, no, no. We can still cut it," I said. Mrs. Bell looked toward the driveway, then toward the ice house. then toward the dark bulk of the mansion. Not if they took the cutters. I looked at Caleb's hands, empty. He looked down too, confused, then sickened. I left them by the door when I helped Mara. We all turned toward the east service doorway. The bolt cutters lay just inside, visible in the red exit glow. 10 feet past them, at the pantry entrance, one cabinet door hung open. Then another opened beside it. Not fast, not dramatically, just a quiet wooden swing, as if someone on the other side had all the time in the world. Mrs. Bell said, "No one moves." But something behind the pantry wall began to drag itself upward through the old service shaft, metal scraping, boards flexing, a human breath working too hard in the dark. And from the ice house behind us, Daniel Pike screamed again. This time, he screamed my name. Daniel screamed my name from the ice house, and the pantry cabinets kept opening. One sound came from behind us, down by the trees. One came from inside the house, 10 feet beyond the abandoned bolt cutters. For a second, nobody moved. We just stood on the slick stone path in the thin red glow from the service door. 4 people arranged around one impossible choice, like it was a table we had all been invited to sit at. Then Mrs. Bell whispered, "He shouldn't know your name." "That's what you're worried about," Caleb said. Mara had her injured hand tucked against her chest, towel dark around the thumb. She looked from the ice house to the pantry doorway. Someone heard us on the radio. The pantry cabinet nearest the floor swung wider. A smell came out. Fish oil, meat, damp plaster, human sweat. Not a ghost, not a monster, people. Mrs. Bell stepped backward. Inside, now, Caleb made a sound close to a laugh. "No, the bolt cutters," she said. "We need them. They're right beside that. That is why we need them quickly." The scraping behind the pantry wall became a shove. Wood cracked. Something in the old cabinet gave way with a dry snap, and a man's arm pushed through the back panel up to the elbow. Bare skin, dirty sleeve, a hand wrapped in duct tape at 2 fingers. Mara said, "Oh God." The hand felt around the shelf, blind and urgent, knocking over the folded, yellowed napkin I had seen earlier. The cabinet door bounced on its hinge. Mrs. Bell raised the fireplace poker with both hands. "Back," she shouted. The hand withdrew. For half a breath, I thought she had scared him. Then a voice came from inside the wall. Male, young, close enough that I could hear spit in his words. 5:08, he said. "You're late." Caleb bolted, not away, toward the door. He slipped past Mrs. Bell and snatched the bolt cutters from the tile with both hands. At the same time, the pantry wall slammed from behind, and the whole cabinet frame jumped outward. Caleb yelped and fell back into me. The cutters clipped my shin hard enough to make sparks of pain shoot behind my eyes. "Move," Mara yelled. We moved. Mrs. Bell swung the poker into the cabinet just as the back panel burst open. The impact made a sound like a bat hitting wet cardboard. A man shouted. The poker lodged between cracked wood and the frame, trapping the opening for a moment. "Outside," I shouted. Caleb stumbled through first with the cutters. Mara followed, gritting her teeth, blood dripping from the towel onto the threshold stones. I grabbed Mrs. Bell by the back of her cardigan and pulled. For once, she didn't argue. We slammed the east service door behind us. A second later, something hit it from inside. Hard. The window in the upper half rattled but held. Main gate, I said. Now. No, Mrs. Bell said. I turned on her. No, the driveway is watched. By who? Her mouth worked. The house door thudded again. I grabbed her shoulder. Edith. She looked very old then. Not fragile, just emptied. Men who were paid to keep the house quiet, she said. Mara stared at her. Paid by whom? The trust. At first. Years ago, it was ordinary. Security after break-ins. Teenagers, scrappers, addicts using the old service rooms. Then one winter caretaker started feeding them to keep them from coming upstairs. Nobody spoke. The wind moved through the lilacs with a dry hiss. Mrs. Bell swallowed. Not people. Scraps, fish waste, butcher offal, anything to keep them in the tunnels and out of the house during donor season. The trust didn't want police reports. They wanted discretion. Then the people changed. The habit didn't. The east service door cracked at the frame. Caleb whispered, "That's insane." "Yes," Mrs. Bell said, "it is." Daniel screamed again, and this time I heard the second voice under his. Not asking for help. Laughing. Something broke in me then. Not in a dramatic way, or like an old bracket giving way. I had been trying to arrange Harowick into tasks. Open door, rescue man, get key, cut chain, call police. But the house wasn't the threat. The rules were the schedules, the secrecy, the polished little procedures that let people rot in service spaces while everyone called it maintenance. I took the cutters from Caleb. "We get Daniel," I said, "then truck, then gate." Mrs. Bell shook her head. "If they're at the ice house, they already are. Then you can't help him." "I'm done listening to that sentence from you." She flinched. Good. I wanted it to hurt. Mara stepped between us. Her face was tight with pain. Argue while moving. So we moved, down the east path, past the flooded lilacs, across the grass. I limped hard now, using the bolt cutters like an ugly cane. Caleb stayed near Mara, one hand hovering near her elbow without touching unless she stumbled. Mrs. Bell followed last, poker in hand, looking back every few steps at the dark service door. Behind us, the mansion made another cracking sound. Then the brass alarm bell started again. This time from inside the walls, closer, like someone had found the rope. At the low stone wall, I nearly fell. Caleb caught my jacket. "I've got you," he said. "I'm fine." "No, you're not." "Then keep lying politely." We reached the ice house gate. The cut chain lay in the mud where we had left it. The door was open wider now. The gull inside shrieked once, battered against the stone, and went quiet. Daniel was not in the doorway. A smear showed where he had been dragged back. "No," Caleb said. I stepped inside before fear could negotiate. The ice house was colder than outside. The stone held old winter. My flashlight beam jerked over torn bags, fish bones, black plastic, the white bucket, the plywood board marked with feeding times. 5:00, 8:00, 11:00. Tally marks. Names beneath some of them written small, most crossed out. Daniel lay halfway across the floor near the back hatch, one arm bent under him. A man crouched over him with a hand in Daniel's jacket pocket. The crouching man looked up into my flashlight. He was maybe 30, male, gaunt, white, with a shaved head under a filthy watch cap and a beard growing in patches along his jaw. His face was cut near the cheekbone. His eyes were wide, but not wild in the way people mean when they want to pretend danger comes from madness. They were assessing eyes, practical eyes. He saw my knee. He saw the cutters. He saw Caleb behind me. Then he smiled. "New caretaker," he said. Mrs. Bell's voice came from behind me. Nolan Price, 31, male, American, was one of the names Mrs. Bell had not given me. He had the lean, ropey look of someone who lived rough, but moved with purpose. Later, I would learn he had once done seasonal security for the trust, then disappeared from payroll after an assault charge that was settled quietly. In that moment, he was just the man between us and Daniel, with a folding knife in his right hand. "Edith," Nolan said, "you missed the drop." "There is no drop," he laughed. "Sure," Daniel groaned. I lifted the bolt cutters. "Move away from him." Nolan tilted his head. "With that leg," Mara whispered. "Owen." Behind Nolan, the plywood over the hatch shifted. A second face appeared in the gap below it, lower to the floor. A woman, maybe 40s, hair pulled under a hood, cheeks hollow, mouth pressed thin. She saw all of us and vanished backward. There were more than one. Mrs. Bell raised the poker. "Nolan, listen to me. Police are coming." "No, they are." He stood slowly, dragging Daniel by the collar just enough to make him choke. "Phones die here, gates shut. Roads ours till morning." Caleb's breathing sped beside me. Nolan looked at him. "Hey, firewood kid." Caleb went rigid. "You still drive that blue Ford?" "Keys in the cup holder like an idiot." Caleb's face twisted. That was when the horn made sense. Nolan, or someone with him, had been in the truck. They had searched it, maybe moved it, maybe taken more than the bolt cutters would fix. Nolan stepped backward toward the hatch, pulling Daniel with him. "Don't," I said. "Don't feed." Nolan grinned. "That what he told you?" Danny here got noble all of a sudden. Didn't like the schedule once he was on it. Daniel's swollen eye rolled toward me. "Sorry," he whispered. That single word changed the room. Mara heard it too. Daniel was part of this. Mrs. Bell looked away. Nolan laughed. He installed half the doors. The far hatch lifted another inch. A hand reached through from below, fingers gripping the edge. Nolan was going to drag Daniel down into whatever service passage connected the ice house to the house. If he did, we would lose him. And Nolan would still have the tunnels, the truck, the gate, the dark. I didn't think. I threw the bolt cutters. Not at Nolan's head. I'm not that accurate, and this is that kind of story. I threw them low at the hatch. They hit the plywood edge with a heavy clatter and bounced into the gap. Someone below screamed. The hatch slammed down on the cutters, trapping them halfway through. Nolan lunged at me. Everything became small. His shoulder hit my chest. My bad knee buckled. We went down into fish bones and cold muck. The knife flashed once. I jerked my arm up. Pain opened hot along my forearm. Not deep enough to sever anything, but enough that my hand went weak. Caleb hit Nolan from the side with the white plastic bucket. It made a stupid hollow bonk. Nolan barely moved. Mara, with one working hand, kicked Nolan in the knee. Hard, he grunted and twisted. Mrs. Bell drove the fireplace poker down across his knife wrist. This time, something cracked. Nolan screamed. The knife skittered across the stone. Daniel rolled, coughing. "Get him," Mrs. Bell shouted. Caleb grabbed Daniel under the arms. "Not like that," I barked, then hated myself because there was no careful way left. The hatch banged beneath the trapped bolt cutters. Hands shoved upward from below. The plywood flexed. I crawled for the knife, but Nolan kicked me in the ribs. Air left me in one ugly burst. The world narrowed to stone, stink, and the sound of my own throat trying to work. Mara grabbed the knife first. She held it in her injured hand and immediately gasped, nearly dropping it. Nolan saw. He rose toward her. Mrs. Bell stepped in front of him. She was 72, 5'3" maybe, holding a bent fireplace poker against a man 30 years younger and stronger. Her hands shook. Her voice did not. "You used my house," she said. Nolan sneered. "Your house. Edith, your staff." She hit him in the face with the poker. No warning, no speech. Just a short, brutal swing. Nolan went sideways into the wall. His head struck stone with a flat sound, and he slid down, dazed, but not unconscious. "Mara," Mrs. Bell said, breathless. "Move." We moved. Caleb dragged Daniel toward the door. I got under Daniel's legs, ignoring the bright pain in my forearm and ribs. Mara staggered ahead with the knife and flashlight. Mrs. Bell came last. Behind us, the hatch splintered. Someone below pulled the bolt cutters free. We cleared the ice house door as Nolan started shouting. Not words at first, just rage. Then 8 o'clock comes early. Mrs. Bell slammed the ice house door shut and dropped the latch. "It won't hold," Caleb said. "No," she said, "it won't." We got Daniel to Caleb's truck. The Ford's driver door was open. The cab light was dead. The keys were gone. Caleb made a sound like he had been punched. "No, no, no." Mara leaned against the tailgate, gray-faced. "Can you hotwire it? This isn't a movie," Caleb snapped, then immediately looked ashamed. "Sorry." The ice house door shook. Once. Twice. The latch bent. I looked uphill. Harrowick's dark shape cut into the sky. The carriage house was to our left, the main driveway beyond it through the trees. The gate sat nearly a mile away, locked and motorized. The ocean was behind us. The house was in front of us. The service tunnels were beneath or between both. No truck, no phone, no bolt cutters. Then I saw the yellow extension cord. It ran from the ice house hatch along the side wall, half buried under leaves, toward the pump shed. The pump shed. A small square building 20 yards from the ice house, downhill from the kitchen garden. It served the old well and exterior hose system. Mrs. Bell had mentioned it during the first tour, like it was just another key on the ring. "What powers the gate?" I asked. Mrs. Bell blinked. "What?" "The gate motor, house power, main panel and backup battery." "What powers the pump shed? Separate breaker." "Why?" The ice house latch shrieked. A hand punched through the rotten wood beside it. Caleb swore. I looked at the pump shed again. If they're using the tunnels and the service shaft, they've got light somewhere. That extension cord goes to the shed. Mara understood first. Cut their power. "No," Mrs. Bell said. "The well pump, Edith," Mara said. "No one cares about the well pump." We half carried, half dragged Daniel toward the pump shed. He tried to help and mostly failed. His weight sagged unpredictably. Twice his boots caught in mud and nearly took Caleb down with him. My forearm had soaked my sleeve by then. Blood ran cold into my palm. My ribs hurt every time I breathed deeper than a sip. Mara's towel was slipping. Caleb was crying silently. angry tears cutting clean tracks down his dirty face. At the pump shed, I found the right key on the ring by touch more than sight. Yellow tag. The lock stuck. I kicked the door near the frame, and the kick sent a lightning bolt through my bad knee that almost dropped me. The lock gave. Inside smelled of oil, damp concrete, and mouse droppings. A pressure tank sat against one wall. Pipes ran down through the floor. A breaker panel hung beside a shelf of hose fittings. The extension cord came through a drilled hole near the baseboard and plugged into a power strip. A power strip. That was the most obscene detail of the night. Not blood, not scraps. A cheap orange power strip, the kind you buy at a hardware store with batteries and trash bags. This whole nightmare had an extension cord. I yanked it from the wall. Outside, from the ice house, multiple voices shouted. The light beneath the hatch died. Mrs. Bell found the breaker labeled gate backup charge/east outbuildings. Wait, I said. For what? If you kill the backup, will the gate open or stay locked? She stared at the label. She didn't know. For the first time, she truly didn't know. Mara took the fireplace poker from her and jammed it behind the breaker panel cover. Then we don't use the gate. What do we use? Caleb asked. Mara looked toward the driveway, then toward the old stone wall running along the service loop. His truck. No keys, Caleb said. Not to drive. I followed her gaze. The Ford was parked on a slight incline above the split rail fence near the ice house. Manual transmission. Old, heavy enough. Caleb wiped his face with his sleeve. You want to roll it? Into what? I asked. The fence, Mara said. Then we take Daniel through the lower service track to the shore road. Mrs. Bell shook her head. That path is washed out. Washed out means open, Mara said. The ice house door cracked behind us with a sound like a tree limb breaking. Point of no return was coming fast. We ran back to the truck. Caleb climbed into the cab, reached under the steering column, and released the parking brake. The truck lurched 6 inches and stopped. Gear, he said. It's in gear. Can you shift it? Without clutch, maybe. He pressed the clutch. Nothing. He cursed and jammed both hands on the shifter. It resisted, then popped into neutral, so suddenly he fell back against the seat. The truck began to roll, slowly at first, then faster. We pushed at the open driver door and tailgate, boots slipping in mud. Daniel lay in the bed between feed sacks, barely conscious. Mrs. Bell climbed up beside him with a groan and held him down by the jacket. The ice house door burst open. Nolan came out first, one arm hanging wrong at the wrist, face bloody from Mrs. Bell's blow. Behind him were 2 others, one woman in a hood, one broad man with a flashlight taped to what looked like a length of pipe. The Ford picked up speed. Jump, Caleb shouted. Mara and I shoved once more and dove aside. The truck rolled through the split rail fence with a splintering crash, bounced over the muddy drop beyond it, and slammed nose first into the drainage ditch that cut toward the lower service track. Not elegant, not heroic, but the impact crushed the old wire and post barrier enough to open a gap to the shore road path. Daniel cried out from the bed. Mrs. Bell nearly went over the side, but caught the wheel well. Caleb screamed, "Mom is going to kill me." Nolan and the others stopped at the broken fence. For 1 second, We all saw each other clearly. Us in the mud, bleeding and limping. Them at the ice house, breathing hard, lit by one flashlight beam and the weak gray remains of evening. No monster, no curse, just people who had found a way to live inside a rich family silence and then defended it like territory. Nolan raised the pipe in his good hand. A sound cut across the grounds. A siren, distant, thin, real. Mara laughed once, and it turned into a sob. Mrs. Bell looked at her, stunned. You reached them. Landline, Mara said, before the fire door dropped again. I left it open. Nolan heard it too. His face changed. The siren grew louder from the direction of the main road. Maybe police. Maybe volunteer fire. Maybe both. Not sudden saviors. Not in time to rescue us from the ice house, but close enough to change the math. Nolan looked at Daniel in the truck bed. Daniel lifted his head just enough to meet his eyes. Then Nolan ran, not at us, away toward the tree line and whatever exits he thought the old tunnels still had. The woman followed. The broad man hesitated. Caleb, shaking all over, picked up a broken fence rail and screamed, "Go." The man went. We did not chase them. We couldn't. I sank onto the mud beside the ruined ford, clutching my forearm against my chest. My knee pulsed. My ribs clicked softly when I breathed. Mara sat beside me and pressed her bloody towel into my wound without asking. That hurts, I said. Good, she said. Means you're alive. Mrs. Bell was still in the truck bed with Daniel, one hand on his shoulder, the other holding the fireplace poker across her lap, like she expected the house itself to come down the hill. The mansion bell kept ringing behind us, slower now, irregular, as if whoever pulled it had finally run out of strength or patience. The sirens came closer, red light flickering faintly through the trees near the locked main gate. For the first time since 5 o'clock, nobody told me not to open a door. Nobody told me to follow procedure. Nobody said tomorrow. And that, more than anything, told me the conflict had changed shape. We had broken the feeding route. We had Daniel alive. We had police on the property line and a way through the lower track. But Harrowick still stood above us, dark and enormous, with its pantry wall split open and its hidden shaft exposed. The house had not been hungry. People had been, and some of them were still inside. By the time the first deputy reached us, none of us looked like people who had won anything. We were sitting in the mud beside Caleb's ruined truck, arranged around the bed like we were waiting for a parade to pass. Daniel Pike lay between feed sacks and splintered rails, wrapped in Mrs. Bell's cardigan because she had taken it off without a word and tucked it around his shoulders. His face had gone slack in a way that scared me more than his panic had. Panic meant there was fuel left. Slack meant his body had started making decisions without asking him. The deputy came through the broken fence with one hand on his holster and the other holding a flashlight. Behind him, red and blue light pulsed through the trees near the main gate. A second cruiser was parked crooked on the private road, and a Winter Harbor fire truck idled behind it, its diesel engine making a low, steady growl that felt almost kind after the brass bell and the scraping inside the walls. Hands where I can see them, the deputy shouted. None of us moved quickly. We couldn't. Mara lifted her injured hand and immediately hissed through her teeth. Caleb raised both hands, then remembered Daniel was in the truck and said, "He needs an ambulance." The deputy's flashlight passed over Daniel, over my sleeve dark with blood, over Mrs. Bell sitting in the truck bed with a fireplace poker across her lap. "Ma'am," he said, "put that down." Mrs. Bell looked at the poker as if she had forgotten it existed. Then she set it carefully on the floor of the truck bed and folded her hands together. Her fingers shook. That was the first time I saw her look frightened without trying to make it useful. I was Owen Voss, 34, male, and by then I had been caretaker of Harrowick House for less than one full evening. My left knee was swelling inside my jeans. My ribs hurt every time I breathed wrong, and my forearm had been wrapped in Mara's bloody towel so tightly my fingertips tingled. I remember thinking, stupidly, that I had not even unpacked my boxes yet. The firefighter who reached me first was a woman with a buzz cut under her helmet and a voice built for bad weather. "Can you walk?" I said. "Define walk." Bad answer. Then no. She cut the sleeve off my jacket with trauma shears and looked at the knife wound. "You're going to need stitches." "Great. You dizzy?" Since about 5:03, she did not laugh. Nobody was laughing much. More responders came through the gate after the fire crew forced it open with a hydraulic spreader. That sound, metal bending under pressure, made Caleb put both hands over his ears and crouch beside the truck. He kept saying, "I'm fine. I'm fine," in a voice that had nothing fine in it. Mara sat beside him on the wet grass, while a paramedic irrigated the cut between her thumb and index finger. She stared at the mansion instead of the wound. The towel had been peeled away, and the blood looked too bright under the emergency lights. Mrs. Bell answered questions with the clipped precision of someone trying to survive by becoming useful again. 3 subjects fled toward the tree line west of the ice house. One male known to me as Nolan Price, former seasonal security, approximate age 31, injured right wrist. Another male unknown heavyset. One female unknown hooded jacket. They may know the lower service passages. There is an access hatch inside the ice house and another through the pantry wall. The deputy writing it down glanced at her. "You knew about the passages?" "Yes." "You knew people were using them?" Mrs. Bell looked toward Daniel, then at the dark mansion above us. "Yes," she said. The word was small. It still managed to weigh more than anything else she had said all night. They took Daniel first. He woke when they moved him from the truck bed to the stretcher. Not fully. Enough to panic. His hand shot out and caught my torn sleeve. "Don't let them close it," he rasped. The paramedic leaned in. "Sir, you're safe." Daniel's good eye found mine. "The wall," he whispered. "What wall?" I asked. "Pantry. If it closes, they'll..." His words dissolved into coughing. They fitted an oxygen mask over his face, and he fought it until Mrs. Bell leaned close. "Daniel," she said, and her voice changed. It lost all its command. "Stop. Let them help you." He stared at her through the clear plastic mask. I expected hatred, maybe accusation. What I saw was worse. Recognition. Like they had both stood on opposite sides of the same bad choice so long they could no longer remember who stepped there first. They loaded him into the ambulance. The doors closed. The sirens started low and climbed as it took him down the service road toward the hospital in Ellsworth. No one watched it leave except Caleb. He did not stop watching until the red light vanished between the trees. The search of Harrowick House began after midnight and went until dawn. They would not let us inside at first. That was sensible. Crime scene, structural hazards, unknown suspects. But the deputies needed someone to map the house, and Mrs. Bell was the only one who knew the old service layout by memory. She gave them the official plans from the archive office, then admitted the official plans were incomplete. Mara laughed once at that, not because it was funny, because it was exactly the sort of thing the house would do. They wrapped us in foil blankets and put us in the carriage house kitchen, which had a working heater and a table with one uneven leg. Caleb sat with his knees pulled up, staring at his hands. Mara stood at the sink and kept washing her uninjured hand even after a paramedic told her to stop. Mrs. Bell sat upright in a wooden chair, no cardigan, blouse sleeves buttoned at the wrist, looking like a woman waiting for sentence. I should have hated her cleanly. I couldn't. That bothered me. She had hidden things. She had followed procedures built to protect a trust's reputation, while people like Nolan turned those procedures into a hunting pattern. She had told me not to open doors because she knew doors mattered. She had also stood in front of Nolan with a fireplace poker and hit him hard enough to save Mara's life. People like neat categories after horror. Victim, villain, hero, witness. It makes paperwork easier. It makes sleep possible. Harrowick refused to be that generous. At 2:17 a.m., a state police detective named Hollies came into the carriage house and asked Mrs. Bell to step outside. She did. Mara watched through the kitchen window. Caleb whispered, "Are they arresting her?" "Not yet," Mara said. Her voice was flat, but her eyes were wet. I sat with my arm numbed and stitched, 19 black sutures running along the outside of my forearm. My knee had been wrapped. Firefighter told me I probably had a sprain, maybe a minor ligament tear, and that I needed imaging in the morning. My ribs were bruised, not broken. Lucky, she said. Lucky felt like the wrong word. From the window, we saw Mrs. Bell speak with Detective Hollies under the porch light. The detective listened without interrupting. Mrs. Bell kept her hands clasped in front of her, and at one point she looked up at the mansion, where deputies' flashlights moved behind the windows like slow white fish. After 10 minutes, Hollies took her clipboard. Not handcuffs, just the clipboard. Mrs. Bell watched it go with a strange expression, as if that little stack of paper had been her shield for so long she did not know what her hands were supposed to do without it. They found the cold room at 3:40. We heard about it in pieces. A deputy came into the carriage house, asking for the missing red-tagged key. Then another asked Mara if the archive contained invoices for special waste removal. Then someone swore loudly outside, and one of the firefighters told another to get a respirator. By sunrise, the official version had started to assemble itself. The old cold room beneath the kitchen connected to a dumbwaiter shaft, a pantry access, and a narrow stone service run that led toward the ice house. Not a grand tunnel, not some Gothic passage with torches and carved arches. A cramped, practical route built for moving ice, meat, laundry, and supplies without disturbing the family upstairs. Over the years, parts had collapsed. Parts had been repaired without permits. During the trust's ownership, security contractors and maintenance people had used the spaces for storage, then concealment, then worse. Food scraps were left on a schedule to keep unauthorized occupants or paid watchers from coming up into the public rooms during events. Feeding times. That was the phrase someone had written as a joke on an internal work note years before. Jokes have a way of becoming instructions when nobody decent stops them. Nolan Price had taken over the routine after being dropped from payroll. He knew the access points. He knew the gate timing, the weak cell signal, the blind spots, the way Winter emptied the property. He and whoever stayed with him used the old service network to steal supplies, frighten off caretakers, and control anyone who threatened to expose them. Daniel Pike had helped reinforce at least 2 hidden panels and install temporary wiring from the pump shed. When he tried to leave, or when he asked for more money, or when his conscience finally arrived late and unwelcome, they put him in the ice house. That was what investigators believed. Police like that word when the truth has holes in it. They caught the broad man before dawn hiding in the pump shed crawlspace. His name was Eric Weller, 38, from Bangor, with an outstanding warrant for burglary. They caught the hooded woman near the shore road after she slipped on seaweed black rock and broke her ankle trying to reach a cove below the estate. Her name was Tanya Madsen, 42, from Rhode Island. Nolan Price made it farther. For 8 hours, nobody found him. By then, Caleb's mother had arrived. She was a small woman in a red parka who moved faster than anyone expected and slapped Caleb on the back of the head before pulling him into a hug so tight he squeaked. He cried then, not loud, just collapsed into her shoulder like the bones had gone out of him. "My truck," he said into her coat. "I'll kill you about the truck later," she said. "Not now." That almost made me smile. Almost. Mara rode with me to the hospital in a deputy's SUV because neither of us wanted to be alone, and neither of us said so. The road out of Harrowick looked ordinary by daylight. Spruce trees, granite outcrops, wet leaves stuck to the asphalt, the ocean appearing and disappearing through gaps in the trees, gray and indifferent as ever. My phone regained service halfway to Ellsworth and erupted with missed texts. "Lauren, you alive? That didn't send. Weird, Owen. Call me when you can." I stared at the messages until Mara said, "You should answer." "I will, now." So I called my sister with one hand wrapped in gauze and told her carefully that I was alive, that I had been hurt, but not badly, that there had been an incident at the estate. Lauren listened. Then she said, "You always say incident when it's bad." I looked out the window at the passing trees. "Yeah," I said, "it was bad." She started crying. I nearly did too, but the deputy was driving, and Mara was beside me, and old habits are stubborn. At the hospital, Daniel Pike went into surgery for a compound fracture in his lower leg, dehydration, infection, and internal bruising. He survived the night. That was all anyone would tell us. Caleb needed evaluation for shock and a mild concussion from when he hit his head near the truck. Mara got 6 stitches. I got imaging, a brace, antibiotics, and a lecture about wound care from a nurse who looked at me like every man over 30 was personally responsible for making her shift worse. She was probably right. Mrs. Bell did not come to the hospital. By afternoon, Detective Hollies interviewed me in a small room that smelled of coffee burned down to tar. I told him everything I could remember. The pantry sounds, the checklist, the bait smear, Daniel saying, "Don't feed," Nolan's name, Mrs. Bell's confession by the service path. Hollies took notes with a pen that clicked every time he paused. When I finished, he said, "You understand the estate trust may argue Mrs. Bell acted independently." I said, "Did she?" He gave me the tired look of a man who had seen money put on clean shoes before walking through mud. "We're asking questions," he said. That was not an answer. A week later, Harrowick House was sealed. Yellow tape crossed the porch. A sheriff's cruiser sat at the main gate. The trust issued a statement about unauthorized occupancy, criminal trespass, and cooperation with law enforcement. They did not use the words feeding times. They did not use the word Daniel except to say, an injured contractor. They did not mention me, Caleb, Mara, or Mrs. Bell. Mrs. Bell resigned before they could fire her. Mara told me that over coffee in a diner off Route 1, her left hand bandaged neatly, her dark hair tucked under a wool cap. Caleb was there too, because he had started driving Mara to follow up appointments in his aunt's minivan, while the insurance company argued about the Ford. He looked younger in daylight. We all did, and not in a good way. She left a letter, Mara said. To who? The archive, which is very Edith. What did it say? Mara stirred her coffee, even though she hadn't added sugar. That the house records should be turned over in full. That no preservation concern outweighed a criminal investigation. That she had failed to understand the difference soon enough. Caleb stared at his pancakes. Is she going to jail? Maybe, Mara said. I said nothing. Mara looked at me. You think she should? I think Daniel Pike was in that ice house because a lot of people decided not to call things what they were. That's not an answer. I know. Outside the diner window, normal life performed itself badly. A UPS driver jogged through rain. A couple argued over a parking space. Somebody's dog barked from the back seat of a Subaru. Small sounds, harmless sounds, forks on plates, coffee pouring, tires over wet pavement. I wanted them to feel comforting. They mostly made me aware of how thin walls were. Nolan Price was found 3 days after the search started. Not alive. A lobsterman spotted him caught between rocks below a cove east of the property, one arm broken, tide moving around him. The official report said exposure, head trauma, and drowning. He had tried to leave through a drainage outlet from the old service run and slipped in the dark. That resolved something. It did not satisfy anyone. 2 months later, I drove back to Harrowick to collect my boxes from the carriage house. I had not stayed in the job. Nobody asked me to. Nobody sane would have. The trust offered me a settlement before I had hired a lawyer, which told me exactly how scared they were. I took enough to pay medical bills and rent a small place in Portland near my sister. I also started answering her texts faster. Not always. Faster. The estate looked smaller under snow. That surprised me. Without the storm light and the alarms and the terrible timing of dusk, Harrowick was only a building. Large, expensive, damaged, and quiet. The windows had been boarded from the inside. The west porch threshold had been scrubbed, but a dark stain remained in the grout where the bait had been. A deputy let me through the gate and told me not to enter the main house. "No problem," I said. I meant it. The carriage house apartment smelled faintly stale, but ordinary. Cardboard, dust, cold fabric. My 3 boxes sat exactly where I had left them near the bed. One marked kitchen. One marked clothes. One marked BOOKS-MISC, which was mostly divorce paperwork. A framed photo I had not decided what to do with, and a cheap Bluetooth speaker. I carried them down one at a time because my niece still hated stairs. On the last trip, I stopped outside and looked toward the ice house. It had been padlocked again, this time by the sheriff's department. Evidence tape snapped lightly in the wind. Beyond it, the trees shifted under the weight of snow. A gull cried somewhere over the shore. I hated that sound now. The deputy called from his cruiser. "You good?" "Yeah," I said. I loaded the last box into my car. Then I heard it. Not chewing. Not scraping. A small wooden tick from the main house. Probably temperature. Probably a board contracting in the cold. Probably an old place doing old place things. I looked at Harrowick's service wing. One pantry window had not been boarded as well as the others. Through a gap in the plywood, I could see darkness and a narrow, pale strip of cabinet door, open by maybe an inch. I stood there long enough for my bad knee to start aching. The deputy called again. "Sir," I got in my car. As I drove down the private road, my phone held signal the whole way. Lauren texted asking if I wanted dinner. Mara sent a photo of Caleb's aunt's minivan with a bumper sticker that said, "This is my other truck." Normal things, almost ordinary things. At the main gate, I stopped and looked in the rearview mirror. Harrowick was hidden by trees. For a moment, I imagined all those service spaces inside it: cold room, shaft, pantry wall, ice house hatch empty at last. Just stone and old wood and pipes. No schedule, no scraps, no people waiting for the next drop. Then my phone buzzed again. Unknown number, one message. 500 was never the first time. No name, no punctuation beyond that. No way to tell whether it was a threat, a warning, or somebody's idea of a joke. I showed it to the deputy before I left the gate. He photographed it, wrote it down, and told me not to respond. I didn't. But sometimes, even now, I wake before evening in my new apartment, when the radiator starts ticking and the neighbors upstairs drag a chair across the floor, and my body remembers Harrowick before my mind does. 5 o'clock is just a time. That is what I tell myself. Then I check the locks anyway. And that's the end of today's chilling tale. If you enjoyed this story and want more nights full of suspense, don't forget to hit that like button, subscribe to Mia Horror Stories, and turn on the bell so you never miss a scare. I've got plenty more stories waiting for you, so stick around and check out the other videos on the channel. Thanks for watching, and until next time, stay safe and don't look behind you. Hey everyone, this is Mia Horror Stories, and the title of today's horror story is "The Trail Camera in My Backyard Captured Someone Crawling Out of the Ground." For your comfort, the screen will stay black throughout the video, so you can relax without strain and just focus on the story. Make sure you stick around until the end. Sometimes the last few moments are the ones that stay with you the longest. The first thing I noticed was the dirt on the latch. Not a lot of it. Not some dramatic smear like a handprint from a crime scene. Just a thin, damp pinch of soil packed into the little crescent where the metal hook caught the eye screw on our back gate. The kind of thing you'd normally blame on rain splash or a squirrel or your own carelessness from the day before. Except I had washed that latch with a sponge the previous afternoon because my wife had asked me why the gate always left black grit on her fingers. And because I remember stupid details when I'm anxious. My name is Ben Hargrove, 36, male, born in Pennsylvania, and currently living in a narrow old house on the edge of Westchester, just far enough from downtown that you could hear the freight trains at night, but close enough that our neighbors still pretended we were all part of a cheerful little community. I worked remotely doing insurance compliance audits, which meant I spent most of my day reading other people's mistakes in silence. I had a wife, a mortgage, a fenced backyard that sloped into a thin patch of woods, and one private weakness I didn't like admitting. I noticed patterns too quickly, then punished myself for noticing them. Most people can see dirt on a latch and move on. I stood there in my socks at 6:18 in the morning, coffee cooling on the kitchen counter behind me, staring at it like it owed me an explanation. The backyard smelled like wet leaves and old mulch. It was late October, the kind of morning where the sky looked rubbed thin and the grass held beads of water that darkened your cuffs if you stepped too far from the patio. Somewhere past the fence line, a blue jay kept making that rusty hinge noise they make when they want the whole block to know they're irritated. Our dog, Mabel, had refused to go out. That was the second thing. Mabel was a 6-year-old female beagle mix with gray around her muzzle and the stubborn confidence of an animal who believed every inch of the yard had been assigned to her personally by law. Usually, when I opened the back door, she shot past my knees and waddled down the steps with her nose already working, checking the same tufts of grass as if the neighborhood gossip updated by the hour. That morning she came to the threshold, put one paw on the mat, sniffed, and backed up until her rear bumped the dishwasher. "Come on," I whispered. "Don't do this before coffee." She looked at me, then at the yard, then tucked her tail low enough that it brushed the kitchen tile. Mabel was not brave exactly, but she was greedy. Greed usually beat fear. The fact that it didn't that morning made something small and unpleasant press behind my ribs. My wife came in behind me wearing my old Westchester University hoodie and one sock. Claire Hargrove, 34, female, had grown up outside Philadelphia and carried herself with the practical briskness of someone who had learned early that panic didn't get chores done. She was a pediatric occupational therapist. Good with children. Good with elderly parents. Good with me when my brain started stacking small details into towers. She had dark hair tied in a loose knot, a sleep crease on one cheek, and an expression that told me she had already seen me staring. "What is it?" she asked. "Gate latch." She leaned around me and squinted through the open door. "Is it broken?" "No, there's dirt in it." "Okay, I cleaned it yesterday." Claire let that sit for half a second, which was generous for her before 7 in the morning. "Maybe you didn't clean that part." "I did, Ben. I know." She rubbed at her left eye with the heel of her hand. "Mabel won't go." "No." At her name, Mabel crept 2 steps backward, her nails ticking softly against the floor. Claire's face changed a little. Not fear, not yet, more like attention. The houses on our street were old enough to have awkward additions and slanting porches, and our backyard was bigger than most because the property line stretched toward a wooded easement that ran behind 6 houses before dipping toward a drainage creek. The previous owner had put up a 6-foot wooden privacy fence, but the last 30 feet of the yard stayed damp most of the year, shadowed by tulip poplars and scrubby maple, soft enough after rain that your shoes made a sucking sound if you crossed it too early. We didn't use that part much. That was where I had mounted the trail camera, not for anything dramatic. There had been a fox getting into the compost bin, or I thought it was a fox. Claire had blamed raccoons. Our neighbor had insisted coyotes were moving in, the way suburban men talk about wildlife like they're discussing organized crime. I bought the camera for $69 online, strapped it to a maple tree facing the compost and back fence, and spent 3 nights proudly showing Claire blurry pictures of raccoons with glowing coin eyes. After a week, I forgot about it, until the dirt on the latch. "I'm going to check the camera," I said. Claire's mouth tightened. "Now, it's right there. You're in socks." I looked down. My toes were already damp from standing too close to the threshold. "I'll put shoes on. Don't go making it a whole thing." "I'm not making it a whole thing." That was a lie, but it was the kind of lie married people allow each other when the alternative is starting the day with a fight. I put on the muddy sneakers I kept by the basement steps and grabbed my phone. The kitchen clock clicked once, loud in the pause. Outside, the Blue Jay had stopped. A car hissed down the wet street out front. Normal sounds, useful sounds. The world trying to prove it had not changed. Claire stood with one hand on Mabel's collar as I stepped onto the patio. The air felt colder than it looked. I crossed the small rectangle of pavers, past the raised herb bed where the basil had finally blackened at the edges, and moved toward the back of the yard. Every few steps, my shoes pressed water from the grass. It made that soft, tearing sound wet ground makes when it releases your weight. Nothing was out of place. The compost bin sat closed. The kid's plastic soccer ball from next door, which had come over the fence 3 weeks ago and never been retrieved, was still tucked near the hydrangeas. The firewood rack was covered. The gate was shut, but the latch bothered me, not because it was dirty, because the dirt was on the inside part. To get soil into that little crescent, something had to touch it from within the yard, close the gate, and leave grit behind. I stopped near the maple tree and looked back at the house. Claire stood in the doorway, arms folded, watching me with that careful face she used when she didn't want to feed my worry, but also didn't want to dismiss it. The trail camera was strapped chest high to the trunk with a black nylon band. The plastic casing was slick with dew. I unclipped it, popped the bottom latch, and the little screen lit with a dull greenish glow. 37 new captures. That surprised me. Usually after a night, we got 3 or 4. A possum. Leaves moving. Once, our neighbor's cat crossing the fence rail like he paid taxes. 37 meant the motion sensor had been busy. I didn't look through them there. I told myself the screen was too small, that I needed coffee, that standing in the wet grass reviewing raccoon photos before work would be ridiculous. The truth was simpler. I didn't want to see something while I was alone at the back of the yard. When I came inside, Mabel barked once. Not loud, just a tight, startled sound from deep in her chest. Then she ducked behind Claire's leg. Claire looked at the camera in my hand. Anything. Haven't checked. She took a breath. Do you have a meeting? At 9. Then look now, so you don't spend 3 hours being weird. I'm not being weird, Ben. There was affection in it, but also warning. We sat at the kitchen table because that made it feel less like an investigation. The table had 2 unpaid bills on it, a half-finished grocery list, and one of Claire's therapy putty containers she kept meaning to take back to work. Our house made its usual morning noises around us, the refrigerator compressor kicking on, the old baseboard heater ticking as it warmed, a drip from the faucet I kept forgetting to fix. I pulled the SD card from the camera and slid it into the cheap reader attached to my laptop. A folder opened. The thumbnails loaded slowly. At first, everything was exactly what I expected. Gray rectangles, leaves, the compost bin, the fence line. A raccoon at 1:12 a.m. standing on its hind legs like it had been caught reaching for a light switch. Another raccoon at 1:13. Probably the same raccoon, less ashamed. Claire pointed at it. Told you. I never denied raccoons exist. You implied fox. I suggested fox. She smiled into her coffee. That small, normal moment helped. I remember it because of how quickly it broke. The next image was blurry, brighter than the others, caught mid-motion. The timestamp read 2:47 a.m. The compost bin sat on the left. The back fence ran across the frame. The ground at the very rear of the yard looked churned up in a rough, dark patch. I clicked to enlarge it. What's that? Claire asked. Maybe the fox den. In our yard. No, I mean, maybe something digging. The next photo showed the same patch, clearer. Dirt scattered across the grass in clumps. Not a neat hole. More like something had pushed up from below and broken the surface from underneath. The soil was wet and black, shining slightly in the infrared flash. A flat piece of something pale lay beside it. Root, rock, trash, I couldn't tell. Claire leaned closer. Did the fence guys leave a pipe cover back there? We haven't had fence guys. I mean before us. Maybe. I clicked again. The third photo was almost empty. Almost. At the edge of the churned dirt, there was a hand. A human hand. Not a Halloween decoration hand. Not a branch. Not a raccoon paw made weird by motion blur. It was pale in the camera flash, fingers spread wide and pressed into the mud, nails dark with soil, wrist angled like whoever it belonged to was pulling hard. Claire made a small sound, the kind you make when you touch a hot pan, but don't want to shout. I stopped moving. The laptop fan whirred louder, or maybe I just noticed it. Outside, a delivery truck rattled past the front of the house, metal shelves clanking inside. Mabel gave a low whine under the table. "Ben," Claire said, "I see it. Is that real? I don't know." I clicked the next image because my finger moved before my judgment caught up. The frame showed more of the arm now, elbow deep in mud, and the crown of a head breaking the surface behind it. Dark hair plastered flat, face angled down, shoulders hunched. The person was not standing in a hole, or crawling out of one. The image was grainy, washed in infrared, but the posture was unmistakable. One arm planted, one knee bent under the body. A person forcing themselves up through the torn ground at the edge of my backyard at 2:47 in the morning. Claire pushed her chair back so fast it knocked against the wall. "Call the police." I stared at the screen. The next thumbnail waited below it, then another, then another. "Ben, call the police." "Let me see if—" "No," her voice sharpened. "Don't do that thing where you need the whole shape before you act." That landed harder than she meant it to. Or maybe exactly as hard as she meant it to. Because that was my flaw, if you want to call it that. I waited. I collected. I arranged details in my head until they felt complete enough to justify action. And by then, the thing that needed doing had often already moved past me. Claire had seen it with bills, with family problems, with the basement leak that became a wall replacement because I wanted 3 estimates before calling anyone. She had seen me freeze under the respectable cover of being thorough. Now there was a person crawling out of our backyard. I picked up my phone. Before I dialed, there was a knock at the front door. Not a polite neighbor knock. Not the UPS tap and go. 3 hard strikes. Mabel exploded from under the table, barking in a frantic, cracking rhythm that made my shoulders jump. Claire grabbed the edge of the counter. The laptop sat open between us, the pale hand on the screen frozen in mid-pull. The knocking came again. "Police," Claire whispered. "They wouldn't be here already. Don't answer." But then a voice called through the front door, muffled by wood and glass. "Ben, it's Mark. You home?" Mark Ellis, 42, male, lived in the Blue Cape Cod 2 houses down, and treated the block like an ecosystem he was personally responsible for monitoring. He was a former volunteer firefighter, a current HVAC contractor, and the sort of man who owned 3 ladders and lent them with a lecture. He wasn't nosy in a cruel way. He was nosy in a civic way, which somehow made it harder to be annoyed with him. I looked at Claire. She shook her head once, not because Mark was dangerous, but because our morning had narrowed into a tight hallway, and every new thing felt like a door opening. "I'm calling," she said, already reaching for her phone. I went to the front. Through the leaded glass, Mark's shape shifted on the porch. He had on a Phillies cap and a gray work jacket, his beard damp from mist. When I opened the door on the chain, he frowned. "You okay?" he asked. "Your dog's losing her mind." "Rough morning. What's up?" He glanced past me, trying not to. "You been out back yet?" My mouth went dry in a very ordinary way, like I'd slept with it open. "Why?" Because my motion light kicked on around 3, back corner of your fence. He pointed vaguely toward the side yard. Thought it was deer, but then I saw the gate moving. Figured maybe you had somebody doing work early, which made no sense. Then this morning I'm taking out trash, and there's mud all along my side path. Claire appeared behind me with her phone against her ear. Her face was pale but composed. "Yes," she said into the phone. "There's footage from our trail camera. We think someone may have been in our yard overnight." "No, we haven't gone near the area." Mark's eyes flicked from her to me. "Footage of what?" I didn't answer fast enough. He lowered his voice. "Ben, from the kitchen," the laptop chimed. "A file preview finishing maybe, or an email. Something stupid and electronic." "We saw a person," I said. "In the yard," I nodded. Mark looked toward the side of the house, and the contractor part of him seemed to take over. His weight shifted. He wanted to go look. Men like Mark believe looking is a form of control. "Don't," Claire said, still on the phone. He paused. "They said officers are coming," she added. "They said stay inside." Mark's jaw worked once. "Did the person leave?" "I don't know," I said. That was the worst answer. It changed the air on the porch. A car door shut somewhere down the block. A dog barked behind another fence. Morning kept spreading over the neighborhood, soft and gray, touching roof lines and recycling bins and wet lawns, indifferent to the fact that our kitchen contained proof of something none of us could fit into a normal category yet. Claire gave our address to the dispatcher. Mark stepped fully onto the porch and closed the storm door behind him, as if that inch of glass mattered. "Show me," he said. Claire covered the phone. "No. It might help if I can tell them what." "No," she said again, not louder, just final. Mark looked at me for permission, which annoyed me because part of me wanted to give it. Part of me wanted another person to see the image and share the weight of it. Part of me wanted Mark to say, "Oh, that's just a tarp," or "That's a kid from Henderson High messing around," or "That's one of those utility access things." Something boring. Something with a form you could fill out. Instead, I stood there holding the door chain, aware of how thin the brass looked. The dispatcher must have asked Claire something, because she said, "My husband has the camera. The SD card is in the laptop. Yes, we'll leave it alone." The words "leave it alone" seemed to settle over the room, but the laptop was still open. The folder still had more images. The choice arrived quietly, not like in movies. No music, no crashing realization. Just the three of us standing in the front hall while Mabel barked herself hoarse. And the wet smell of the backyard seemed to creep in under the kitchen door. We could wait inside for the police and not touch anything. Or we could look at the rest of the footage before anyone else arrived. Maybe the later images showed the person leaving. Maybe they showed where they went. Maybe they showed a face. Claire saw me look toward the kitchen. "Ben," she said. "I heard everything in my name. Don't freeze. Don't obsess. Don't make this worse. Don't make me be the only adult in the room." Mark heard something else. "If someone came out of the ground in your yard," he said carefully, "we need to know if they're still back there." The sirens hadn't started yet. No red-blue flicker on the windows. No official voice telling us what to do. Just rain ticking from the porch gutter into a plastic planter. Just Mabel's claws scratching at the floor. just the laptop waiting on the kitchen table with a row of thumbnails beneath the impossible one. Each one a small gray square holding whatever happened next. Claire kept the phone pressed to her ear. Mark stood by the door, and I took one step toward the kitchen before I knew whether I had decided to stop. I made it 3 steps toward the kitchen before Claire snapped, "Don't touch the laptop." I stopped with one hand on the doorframe. The screen sat open on the table, pale and patient. That last image, the hand, the wet hair, the shoulder dragging upward through torn soil, had gone dim under the laptop's sleep timer, but the shape of it still lived in my eyes. I could see it even when I blinked. One palm flat in the mud, one elbow bent hard, a body making itself narrow enough to come through a place where no body should have been. "I'm not deleting anything," I said. "I didn't say you were. You think I'll mess it up. I think you'll click through everything while I'm on the phone with dispatch and then start narrating guesses like facts." Mark made a soft noise through his nose, not quite a laugh, not quite agreement. That irritated me more than it should have. Claire held the phone slightly away from her mouth and lowered her voice. "Ben, they told us not to touch it. They told us not to go outside. They said preserve the footage. The footage is on the card. Looking at it doesn't change it. You don't know that." I did know that, mostly. Or I thought I did. But mostly is not a word you want to lean on when police are on their way, and your backyard looks like someone clawed through the earth. My name is Ben Hargrove, and I am very good at needing one more piece of information. It feels responsible while I'm doing it. It feels like patience. To everyone else, it looks like paralysis in a clean shirt. Claire knew that better than anyone. She had seen me watch a ceiling stain spread for 2 weeks because I wanted to confirm whether the leak was active before calling a roofer. She had watched me spend 40 minutes comparing urgent care wait times while she sat on the bathroom floor with a kitchen towel wrapped around her sliced thumb. I had reasons every time. Sensible ones, thoughtful ones, reasons that made me feel less afraid while time kept moving without me. Now there was time moving again. Only this time, it sounded like Mark's boot tapping once against our entryway floor and Mabel choking out another bark from the kitchen. The dispatcher was still talking in Claire's ear. "Yes," Claire said. "Yes, we're inside. Front door is locked. Back door is locked." She looked at me. "The gate, it was closed. Was it locked? It doesn't lock. It latches." She repeated that into the phone, then listened. Mark folded his arms. His jacket smelled faintly of motor oil and rain. "If somebody came through your yard, they could be in the easement." "Police are coming," Claire said. "I heard you. Then stop looking like you're about to go out there." "I'm not going out there. You absolutely are." Mark looked offended, which was annoying because she was right. The time-sensitive problem arrived in pieces. At first, it was just the question of whether the person in the footage had left. Then Mark said, "My truck S parked out front. I've got my floodlight in the back. The big rechargeable one." Claire stared at him. "No, I'm saying if officers want light, it's morning. Back corner's dark under those trees. They can bring lights. They might take 20 minutes. The dispatcher must have asked Claire something else because she turned away from us and said, 'No weapons. No, we don't own guns.'" Mark looked at me again. I hated that he kept doing that. Not because he was wrong to, because every glance made it clear he expected me to take the shape of the situation and become useful. I wasn't useful, not yet. I was thinking about timestamps. 2:47 a.m. person emerging. Mark's motion light around 3:00 a.m. mud along Mark's side path by morning. That was 13 minutes, maybe less, maybe more if his estimate was bad. A person could cross a yard in 13 minutes. They could climb a fence. They could stumble into the easement. They could be injured. They could be hiding. They could be dead. Or they could be inside a house. The thought came so plainly that I felt embarrassed by it. I turned toward the basement door. Claire caught it. What? The basement? What about it? I didn't answer at first, because saying it out loud made it real in a way I didn't want. Our basement was old stone and concrete, low-ceilinged, damp in summer, loud in rain. The original coal room had been walled off decades ago, then reopened badly by a previous owner who thought finished basement meant stapling paneling over everything and calling it charming. There was a bulkhead door outside, one of those angled steel cellar doors that lay flat against the side of the house, half hidden by holly bushes and old leaves. We never used it except when the water heater was replaced. It had a padlock. I had not checked the padlock in months. Claire followed my gaze to the basement door, and for the first time that morning, her practical expression cracked into something smaller. "Ben," she said, "I'm not going down." "Good. I just want to check if the inside door is locked." "It is." "Did you lock it?" She hesitated. That was answer enough. The basement stairs were behind a narrow door off the kitchen. We usually kept it closed because the old wood smell crept up if we didn't. Mabel hated those stairs, even on normal days. That morning, she had planted herself 10 feet away from the door and was staring at it with her ears pinned flat. Mark took one step toward the kitchen. "You have a basement entrance." "Bulkhead," I said, "outside." "Yes." "Where?" "Side of the house, near the back, facing my place." "Sort of." His face changed. Claire pointed at him. "Do not. I'm not. You keep saying that like it means anything." He dragged a hand down his beard. "Claire, if someone came through the yard and the side door's open, then the police can check it. And if there's someone injured in your basement." No one spoke. That was the problem with Mark. He could be reckless, but he wasn't always stupid. He had found the exact moral pressure point. Not, "What if there's an intruder?" Not, "What if you're in danger?" Something worse. What if someone needed help and we were waiting upstairs behind a locked door? Claire closed her eyes for half a second. "Dispatch says officers are assigned. They can't give an exact arrival." "How long?" I asked. She listened, then said into the phone, "No, I understand. To us," she said, "they're dealing with an accident on 202. Mark muttered, "Of course they are." The accident on Route 202 made it all worse because it was so mundane. That highway got ugly in the rain. Police got pulled where the visible damage was. Bent fenders, ambulance lights, commuters staring through wet windshields. Meanwhile, we were a quiet domestic call with weird footage and no confirmed victim. A procedural failure, not because anyone was incompetent, but because the world has too many emergencies and not enough people to hold them all at once. Claire stayed on the phone. The dispatcher told us again to remain inside, to avoid contaminating the scene, to not confront anyone, to call back immediately if we heard movement inside the house. Movement inside the house. Once said, the phrase rearranged every sound. The refrigerator hum became too steady. The baseboard ticks became footsteps. Water dripping from the faucet hit the sink in separate, spaced taps. Mabel whined. Then the basement door made a noise. Not a bang, not a cinematic creak. A small settling click, like wood shifting in its frame. Claire's eyes moved to me. Mark whispered, "Was that old house?" I said. The words came automatically. My whole adult life, I had been explaining away sounds in that house. Pipes, radiators, whirls in the soffit. The loose shutter on the west side that slapped when wind came from the creek. I had a whole catalog of ordinary noises and the comfort of naming them. But Mabel backed up until her hind legs slid under the kitchen chair. Mark took off his Phillies cap and put it back on. "You got anything heavy?" "Stop," Claire said. "I'm asking." "No, you're escalating. I'm reacting to the basement door making noise after you found a person in your yard." The dispatcher is still on the line. "Wait, tell them we heard something." Claire did. I listened to her describe it, and I hated how silly it sounded by the time it became language. A click, possibly from a door. No visible entry. No, we are not going downstairs. The dispatcher told her to move to the second floor if we felt unsafe. That instruction made my stomach drop more than the footage had, because second floor sheltering meant they were considering it possible that someone was already inside. Claire looked at me. "Upstairs." "Wait, no, the laptop. Leave it. It has the footage. The footage doesn't matter if someone is in the house. It does if they, Ben." There it was again, my name with the edge on it. And the awful thing was, she was right. Absolutely right. But my mind had hooked itself around the footage. It felt like the one solid object in the room. The one thing that could turn fear into sequence. If we had the next images, we might know whether the person crawled toward the gate, toward the bulkhead, toward Mark's side path, toward the house. If we left the laptop, we left the answer. Claire started up the stairs, phone at her ear, Mabel scrambling after her with nails clattering on the wood. Mark stayed by the kitchen, watching me. "Grab it," he said. Claire turned back from the third step. "No, take the laptop upstairs," Mark said. "That's not contaminating the yard. It's evidence. Evidence can move 12 feet. I am not arguing with you while I'm on with 911. I looked at the laptop. The battery indicator was low, 12%. My charger was in the office upstairs. A stupid detail, a tiny domestic complication, but it mattered suddenly. If the battery died before police arrived, would anything be lost? No, the SD card still existed. But what if the file preview was open? What if we needed to show officers immediately? What if another sound came from below? This one was not the door. It was underneath us, faint but clear through the floorboards. A scrape, then a pause, then 2 short knocks from somewhere deep in the basement. Mabel began to howl. Claire said, "We heard knocking." Mark's face emptied. I could not move for 1 second, maybe 2. My body gave me the full list of things I should do and refused to perform any of them. Claire was on the stairs. Mark was near the kitchen. I was between them. The basement door was closed, but not deadbolted, because interior basement doors in old houses do not have deadbolts. Only a round brass knob and a flimsy latch meant to keep laundry smells contained. A person could be behind it. A hurt person, a dangerous person, both were possible. That was the part my brain couldn't file. The knocking came again. 3 taps, not random. Mark whispered, "Jesus." Claire's hand covered the phone. "Upstairs, both of you, now." "What if they're trapped?" I said. Her eyes flashed. "Then they can stay trapped for 5 more minutes until people with radios get here." "What if they don't have 5 minutes?" That wasn't courage. I want to be clear about that. It was not me becoming noble. It was my fear choosing the shape that felt easiest to obey. The fear of being the man who waited while someone died beneath his floor was, in that moment, stronger than the fear of whoever might be down there. Claire knew that too. I saw it hurt her. "Ben," she said, much softer, "please don't make me drag you away from a door." That almost did it. Then the lights went out. The kitchen cut to gray. The refrigerator stopped humming. The baseboard ticks vanished. The laptop became the brightest thing in the room, throwing a weak bluish rectangle across the table and onto the lower cabinets. Outside, the wet morning had not brightened enough to help much, and the back of the house faced trees, so the corners filled in fast. Mabel's howl broke into sharp barks. Mark said, "Power's out." Claire said into the phone, "We just lost power." I looked toward the neighbor's side window. Mark's house still had its porch light on. So did the white colonial across the street, visible through our front glass. Not an outage, our house. Mark saw me see it. "Breaker panel S in the basement?" he asked. I nodded. Claire swore under her breath. It was quick and vicious, unlike her, and that scared me almost as much as the dark. The dispatcher told her to leave the house if safe to do so. But safe meant choices. The front door was behind Mark. The street was open. We could go out that way. But the laptop and SD card were in the kitchen. The basement door was also in the kitchen. The back door was beyond it. If someone had cut power from the basement, they were close enough to hear us moving. My phone buzzed in my hand, a text from Mark. I looked at him, confused, because he was standing 6 feet away. He held up his own phone and mouthed, "From my wife." I opened it. The message had a picture attached, forwarded from Mark's wife, Denise. Denise Ellis, 39, female, was not in our house, but she was suddenly part of the morning anyway. A high school attendance secretary, and the kind of person who kept emergency granola bars in her glove compartment. She had been getting ready for work next door when she looked out their bathroom window toward our side yard. Her photo was blurry through a rain-speckled pane. It showed our exterior bulkhead doors. One side was raised about 4 inches. Not open, not closed, raised, a strip of black underneath it. And resting on the wet concrete beside the bulkhead was something small and pale. At first, I thought it was a rock. Then I pinched the screen wider. It was the same flat object from the trail camera image, or something close to it, rectangular, dirty, light-colored, with 2 dark holes near one edge. A plastic tag. Maybe from a utility line. Maybe from a hospital bracelet. Maybe from a collar. The knocking below us became a dragging sound. Longer this time. Wood or metal against concrete. Claire was still on the stairs, one hand gripping the banister, phone pressed hard to her ear. Her mouth had gone flat, not in fear exactly, but in decision. "We're leaving," she said. Mark nodded. "Front door now." I reached for the laptop. Claire shouted, "Ben, leave it." I didn't. I grabbed it one-handed, folding it almost closed, the SD reader still sticking out of the side like a fragile little tongue. The movement knocked Claire's therapy putty container off the table. It hit the floor with a rubbery thud and rolled beneath a chair. The basement knob turned. Not much, just enough for the brass to catch the laptop light and rotate a quarter-inch before stopping. We all saw it. No one breathed right. Then the knob turned back. Slow, careful, testing. Mark moved first. He grabbed a dining chair and wedged it under the basement doorknob with the clumsy violence of a man whose body had finally outrun his judgment. "Go," he said. Claire came down 2 steps, reaching for me, and for a fraction of a second, I thought she was going to hit me. Instead, she grabbed the laptop cord, which I hadn't realized was still plugged into the wall, and yanked it free before it jerked the whole thing out of my hand. That tiny practical act, saving me from my own stupid half-measure, made shame bloom hot in my face. We ran for the front door. Mabel skidded ahead of us, barking toward the hall. Claire kept the dispatcher on speaker now. A thin official voice filled the dark. "Leave the residence if you can do so safely. Officers are en route." Mark threw the door open. Cold, wet air rushed in, smelling of asphalt and leaves and someone's wood smoke from down the block. The street looked almost obscenely normal. Trash bins at curbs. A cyclist in a yellow jacket moving slowly past with his head down. Mark's truck parked crooked by the curb. Then Denise screamed from next door. Not a startled yelp. A full, tearing scream from inside the Ellis house. Mark's head snapped toward it. "Denise." He bolted off our porch before any of us could stop him. Claire yelled his name, but he was already across the wet grass, boots slipping once, arms pumping. Mabel lunged after him, and I caught her collar with 2 fingers, nearly dropping the laptop. The SD reader bent under my palm. I heard the plastic crack. "No, no, no," I said, though I didn't know whether I meant the reader, the dog, Mark, or the whole morning. Denise screamed again. This time there were words inside it. "Mark, don't come in. Don't come in." He stopped on his own porch. That saved him, maybe. Or maybe it only delayed whatever came next. Claire pulled Mabel against her legs and looked at me with a kind of furious terror I had never seen from her before. Behind us, inside our house, the wedged chair scraped across the kitchen floor. Once, twice, the basement door pushed against it. From the street, a siren finally rose, distant and thin, buried under the wet hiss of traffic. The police were coming, but they were not there yet. And now the problem was no longer just in our house. It was next door too. We stood between the 2 porches, barefoot panic, dressed as mourning, holding cracked evidence in a dying laptop, while something moved behind our basement door, and Denise cried from inside her locked home, telling her husband not to enter. There were 2 places to run, 2 places someone might need help, and no safe way to know which choice would get someone hurt faster. Denise was still screaming when Mark stepped off his porch and froze. That was the first thing that scared me more than our basement door. Mark Ellis was not a freezer. He was a man who walked toward blown transformers and smoking lawn mowers and neighbors, flooded crawl spaces with a flashlight in his teeth. I'd seen him climb onto Mrs. Avery's roof in a windbreaker because one loose shingle was going to make a meal of the decking. He had the reflexes of someone who believed every emergency was secretly a repair job. But he stopped with one hand on his own storm door because from inside his house, his wife was yelling the one thing that could pin him in place. "Don't come in." Rain ticked through the maple branches over our side yards. The street behind us looked gray and harmless. Our house was to my left, front door open, dark hallway behind it. Mark's blue Cape Cod was to my right, porch light glowing yellow. Denise's white SUV in the driveway, recycling bin tipped sideways by the garage. Between the houses ran a narrow strip of wet grass and stepping stones, leading back toward the bulkhead doors on our side, and Mark's little concrete path on his. The police siren was louder now, but still far enough away that it came in waves. Claire stood on our front walk with Mabel's collar twisted in one hand and her phone in the other. Her hair had come loose from its knot. She was barefoot. I didn't notice until later that one of her feet was bleeding from a chip of slate near the porch step. At the time, all I saw was her face. She had stopped trying to manage everyone. That frightened me too. "Denise," Mark shouted, "where are you?" From somewhere inside his house, Denise cried, "Laundry room, back door. Don't come in." Mark looked at us like we had the answer. I didn't. The laptop was under my arm, warm against my ribs, the cracked SD reader hanging from it. I could feel the plastic flecks every time I breathed. Evidence. Proof. Wait. A stupid machine I had grabbed while my wife screamed at me to leave it, and now I couldn't even tell if it still worked. "We need to get away from both houses," Claire said. "Denise is inside," Mark said. "She told you not to go in. She's my wife." Then listen to what she said. That hit him hard. His jaw clenched. He looked at his own front door, then toward the side path between our houses. "Back door," he said. "Laundry room S at the rear." Our yards were laid out like mirror images that didn't quite match. From the street, both houses sat close together, with a thin side passage between them. Our side had the old basement bulkhead halfway back, set into a sloped concrete well beside the foundation. Past that, our yard opened into the fenced rectangle where the trail camera faced the compost bin and the dark rear corner. Mark's side path ran straight to his back patio and laundry room door. Chain link gate separated his side yard from his backyard, while ours had the taller wooden privacy fence. If Denise was in the laundry room, she was at the back right corner of his house. That meant getting to her required going down the side passage, right past our raised bulkhead, right past the basement. That was the first attempt. Get Denise out through the back without entering Mark's house. It sounded reasonable when Mark said it. It sounded like a plan because it had direction. Go along the side path. Avoid the front door. Call to Denise. Have her unlock the back. Pull her out. Wait for police. The dispatcher's voice crackled from Claire's phone. Remain in a safe location if possible. Do not enter the residence. We're outside, Claire said. Neighbor is trapped or scared in her laundry room. Are you able to move away from the structures? Claire looked at Mark. Mark was already moving. Damn it, she said, and went after him. I followed because she did, and because the most useless thing in the world would have been standing alone on the front walk, holding a laptop, while everyone else disappeared between the houses. Mabel dragged against Claire's grip, nails scraping wet concrete. I took the dog from her so Claire could keep the phone steady. Mabel fought me for 2 steps, then tucked herself against my leg so hard I nearly tripped. The side passage narrowed after the first 10 feet. On our left was our dark brick wall, with the basement window wells like black slots near the ground. On our right was Mark's pale siding, wet with mist, close enough to brush with my shoulder. The air there smelled of wet leaves, trash bins, and the metallic damp that came off old cellar doors. Halfway back, the bulkhead came into view. One steel door was raised exactly like in Denise's photo, 4 or 5 inches, enough to show a black wedge under it. The padlock still hung from the hasp. Open. Not broken, open. The lock dangled loose, its shackle snapped clean near the curve. Mark stopped dead. Claire almost ran into him. Keep moving, he pointed. That lock was cut. It's our lock, I said stupidly. I know what a cut lock looks like. From inside our house, beyond the brick wall, something struck the basement door hard enough that the sound came through the foundation as a dull wooden pop. Mabel yelped and twisted in my grip. Claire grabbed Mark's sleeve. Back door. Now. We moved faster. Mark reached his chain link gate and fumbled the latch twice before getting it open. The hinges squealed, a thin, neglected sound that seemed to slice down the whole side yard. His backyard opened wider than ours, with a small concrete patio, stacked planters, a grill under a black cover, and 2 maple trees along the rear fence. His laundry room door was at the back corner of the house, 3 concrete steps up, with a little square window in the top half. The shade over that window was down. Denise, Mark shouted. No answer. He climbed the steps and reached for the knob. From inside, Denise screamed, No. Mark jerked his hand back like the knob had burned him. What? He shouted. What is it? Her voice came through the door, ragged and close. There's someone outside the window. We all turned. There were 3 windows on the back side of Mark's house: kitchen, laundry room, and a narrow basement window half hidden by a row of dead hostas. The kitchen blinds were open. The laundry shade was down. The basement window was a black rectangle at ankle height. Nobody stood there. For 2 full seconds, the yard stayed ordinary. Then something pale moved behind the grill cover. I made a sound I don't like remembering. Mark lunged toward it, grabbed the grill cover, and ripped it up. A face swung toward us. Claire screamed. Then the face hit the patio with a hollow plastic clack. It was a Halloween decoration of those cheap skulls with orange lead eyes tangled in the grill cover cord. Mark must have stored it under there after taking down decorations, or maybe his kids had left it, though he didn't have kids. It rolled once and stared up at us through rain-speckled sockets. Misdirection. Explainable, stupid, but the damage was done. Mark's hands were shaking. Claire bent over for one breath, palm pressed to her knee. Jesus, Mark, that wasn't there, he said. What? That skull? I don't own that. Nobody said anything after that. Inside the laundry room, Denise sobbed. Mark, he ran back to the door. I'm here, unlock it. No, Denise, unlock the door. I can't. Why not? A pause, then smaller. There's wire around the knob. Mark looked at the door as if he might see through it by wanting hard enough. What kind of wire? I don't know. It's looped around the inside handle and the dryer vent pipe. I pulled it and it cut me. Claire turned to me. They trapped her in. The words arrived flat and practical, which made them worse. Mark slammed one hand against the siding. Denise, step back. No, Claire snapped. You are not kicking a door while she's behind it. I can break the window. It's safety glass, Denise called from inside, voice trembling. I tried. I hit it with the iron. That was the first attempt failing. We had reached Denise, but not freed her. We had learned the laundry room door was wired shut from the inside, which meant someone had been inside Mark's house long enough to trap her without simply attacking her. That felt deliberate, personal almost. Annette tightening one knot at a time. The siren grew louder, then suddenly cut off. We all looked toward the street. No flashing lights reached us. Claire held the phone higher. Hello, hello. The dispatcher's voice broke into static, then returned. Stay on the line, the call dropped. Claire stared at the phone. One bar, then none. My service just died, she said. Mark pulled out his phone. Same, I looked at mine. No signal. That was the second attempt. Contact police again and move toward the street. It should have been simple. We were outside. The street was maybe 60 feet away through the side passage. Walk out front. Flag down officers. Use a neighbor's phone. Scream if necessary. But then Denise said from inside the laundry room, He's in your yard. Mark pressed himself against the door. Who? The man. I saw him through the little basement window before I ran in here. He crossed from Ben's side to ours. He was crawling, like his leg was hurt. He went under the deck. Mark didn't have a deck. I did. Our backyard had a low wooden deck off the kitchen, barely 2 feet off the ground, built over a muddy slope that dropped toward the old foundation. The space beneath it was enclosed on 2 sides by lattice, broken in one corner where groundhogs used to get in. You could crawl under it if you were determined or desperate or hiding. The geography rearranged again. Someone had come from the rear of our yard, through or near the bulkhead, into the basement or side passage, then possibly under our deck, then somehow close enough to Mark's house to trap Denise. Or there was more than one person. The story refused to become a straight line. A police radio chirped faintly from the street. Claire's head snapped up. They're here. We ran back through Mark's chain-link gate toward the side passage. At the bulkhead, the raised steel door shifted, just an inch, but enough. Mark shoved Claire behind him. I pulled Mabel close and stumbled against the brick wall. The laptop banged my hip. My left hand scraped along the rough mortar, skin tearing over 2 knuckles. The bulkhead door opened another inch. A smell came out. Basement damp mud and something chemical underneath it. Bleach, maybe, or pool cleaner sharp enough to sting. Police, Claire shouted toward the street. Back here, no answer. The radio chirp came again. Then a voice, faint but clear. Unit 3 approaching rear. Mark frowned. That's from your backyard. We were trapped in the side passage between the houses, with the bulkhead on one side and Mark's gate behind us. The front street was ahead. Our backyard was beyond the wooden fence to the left. If a police officer was approaching the rear, he had either gone through our front door, impossible, because we left it open, but the basement door was inside, or through the driveway of another house along the easement. "Officer," I shouted. The radio chirped again. A man's voice said, "Need entry at rear." Claire's face changed first. "Wait," she said. Why would his radio sound like that? Because it was too close, too small. Not a real police radio carrying across a yard, but a recording or a scanner, or one of those walkie-talkie apps played through a cheap speaker. A lure. That was the second attempt failing. We tried to reach help, and the sound of help turned us around. From inside our basement bulkhead, someone coughed. A wet human cough. Then a voice whispered, "Help." Mark grabbed the raised steel door. Claire shouted, "Don't." Too late. He yanked it up. The bulkhead slammed open against the brick. The stairwell beneath was black, 6 concrete steps descending to the outer basement door. Mud streaked the steps. The lower door stood ajar. No person, just darkness. And on the 3rd step, lit by the weak gray morning, lay a police-style handheld radio. Not an officer's current department model, I found out later. An old scanner, cracked, with tape around the battery compartment. At that moment, it looked official enough to make every muscle in my body go stupid. Beside it lay a strip of pale plastic. The tag. I crouched before Claire could stop me and picked it up with the edge of my sleeve. Not a hospital bracelet, not a utility marker. It was a laminated ID badge, wiped mostly clean, but scratched across the face. The photo was gone, peeled off, or cut away. The printed text remained in fragments. Chester County Water Authority, temporary access, subsurface inspection mark, swallowed. Subsurface. From under our deck, beyond the fence, and around the corner of the house, something thudded. Then again, not loud, not knocking, weight shifting against wood. Mabel went rigid. Claire whispered, "Ben." I looked back toward the street. Still no police, no neighbors. The siren we'd heard had probably passed to another block or turned off somewhere near 202. Our phones had no service. The dispatcher was gone. Denise was trapped in her laundry room. The thing under our deck, person, injured stranger, intruder, someone pretending to be all 3, was between our backyard and the route to the rear easement. Mark's eyes went to the scanner on the steps. He knew we'd come back here. He, Claire said. Mark looked at her. Whoever set this up. My injured knuckles burned. Rainwater ran over the torn skin and made pink tracks down my fingers. The laptop battery warning chimed, tiny and absurd, from under my arm. 5%. The trail camera footage was almost gone from immediate reach. "We need a working phone," Claire said. "Mrs. Avery," I said. She lived across the street, and 2 houses down, alone, landline in the kitchen, emergency numbers taped beside it. If we got to her front porch, we could call again. But to do that, we had to leave Denise trapped and hope the basement door held. Mark heard the choice before I said it. "I'm not leaving her." "You can't get her out from here," Claire said. "I can get tools from my truck." "Your truck's out front," I said. "Exactly." The second he said it, we all understood. Mark's truck, parked at the curb, had the floodlight, bolt cutters, pry bar, probably a dozen tools that could cut wire off Denise's laundry room knob. It was also in the open, away from the houses. Getting there might solve two problems at once: tools and visibility. So we made the third attempt, reach Mark's truck. Claire took Mabel. I kept the laptop. Mark went first through the side passage, fast but crouched, like moving lower would make him less visible. We passed the bulkhead, still yawning open. I refused to look down into it. Behind us, Denise called Mark's name through the laundry door, but he didn't answer because answering might break him. At the front corner of the houses, the street opened up. For half a breath, relief hit me so hard my knees weakened. Then I saw Mark's truck. Both driver's side tires were flat. Not low, flat. The rubber sagged against the wet curb, sidewalls cut in clean diagonal mouths. The rear passenger tire was flat too. White paint or chalk marked the windshield, and a crude X mark stopped in the middle of the lawn. His face did something I had never seen before. Not fear, grief almost. The look of a man discovering that his tools, the things that made him useful, had been taken from him before he reached them. Claire said, "Keep moving, Avery's house." Mark didn't move. Mark. He turned toward the truck anyway, because Denise was trapped and the bolt cutters were inside. That was when the front door of our house slammed shut behind us. We all flinched. Our house had been open, empty behind us, supposedly, except for whatever was trapped by a dining chair at the basement door. Now the door was closed. A figure stood behind the leaded glass. Only for a second. A smear of human shape, shoulder, head, one hand raised near the glass, then gone. Claire backed into me. Mabel pulled so hard her collar dug into my fingers. Mark whispered, "Inside." The laptop chimed again, 3%. I opened it on pure instinct, standing in wet grass with my torn knuckles dripping onto the trackpad. The screen woke dimly. The folder of trail camera images appeared. The SD reader still worked, barely, bent at an ugly angle. The next unread image loaded. 2:51 a.m. The person from the dirt was on hands and knees, closer to the camera now. Face turned away. One leg dragging wrong behind them. Around their ankle was a length of bright orange cord, the kind utility workers use for marking lines. Next image, 2:53 a.m. A second person stood at the edge of the frame. Boots only, work boots, mud to the shin. Next image, 2:54 a.m. The crawling person had an arm raised, not toward the camera, toward the standing person, begging or blocking. The standing person held something long and dark at their side. Claire saw it over my shoulder. Ben. The battery icon flashed red. The final image I managed to open before the screen died showed our back gate at 3:02 a.m. Open. Mark's side path beyond it. And at the far edge of the frame, half hidden by motion blur, a face turned toward the camera. Not the crawling person. Someone else. A man wearing a dirt-streaked orange safety vest and a pale plastic ID badge clipped to his chest. The laptop went black. At the same moment, Mark's house alarm began shrieking. Not a police siren, not help. His own security alarm, wailing from inside the walls in brutal, repeating pulses. Denise screamed again, but this time it came from farther back, not the laundry room door. "She's moving," Mark said. "Or someone moved her," Claire said. He ran, straight toward his house. Claire shouted after him. I grabbed for his jacket and missed. He disappeared through the side gate before I could take a step. Then our front door opened behind us. Slowly, from the dark hall of my house came the scrape of the dining chair dragging across the kitchen floor, though the basement door was nowhere near the front hall. Whoever had been inside was moving through the house now. The street was empty, phones dead, police absent, Denise trapped or taken, Mark running toward her, our evidence dead in my arms, our front door opening from the inside, and Claire, barefoot and bleeding, looked at me with Mabel shaking between us and said the thing that made retreat impossible. "Ben, the dog door." I didn't understand. Then I followed her eyes to the side of our house, toward the mudroom at the back. We had a dog door built into the lower panel for Mabel, usually locked with a plastic slide. That morning, in the rush, I had not checked it, and from where we stood on the front lawn, we could hear it flapping. Once, twice, a small plastic clap from the rear of the house. Something had found another way out, or another way in. The dog door flapped again. Small sound, plastic against plastic. In any other morning, it would have meant wind. Mabel nosing through. A bad latch. One more house chore I'd ignore until Claire wrote it on the whiteboard by the fridge. That morning, it sounded like our house breathing. Claire and I stood on the wet front lawn with Mabel trembling between us. Mark gone down the side passage toward Denise's screaming house, and my dead laptop tucked under one arm like a useless shield. Behind us, our front door hung open. Ahead of us, the street was empty except for Mark's crippled truck, and 2 trash bins tipped into the gutter. The whole neighborhood looked asleep behind curtains. No phones, no police, no clear way out. Claire's foot had started bleeding more. A thin red line curved from her heel to the arch, diluted by rainwater, vanishing into the grass. My knuckles stung every time I flexed my hand. Mabel's collar was twisted so tight in Claire's fist that the dog made a dry, choking sound. "Let her go," I said. Claire stared at me like I'd suggested feeding her to something. "Mabel," I said, "she won't go toward him. She knows where not to go. That's not a plan. No, it's a compass." The dog door slapped again. From the side yard came Mark's voice, distant and raw. "Denise." Then the shriek of his house alarm changed pitch as someone opened a door inside. Claire flinched. "We can't chase both," she said. "I know, then choose." There it was. No more gathering details. No more clicking through footage. No more waiting until the shape was perfect. Choose. The central threat was no longer an image on a trail camera, or a hand in mud, or some impossible story about a person crawling out of the ground. It had become human in the worst possible way, deliberate, prepared, and close. Someone had cut a lock, trapped Denise, lured us with a scanner, disabled Mark's truck, and moved through my house while we argued outside. Not supernatural, worse, competent. I looked at our house. Dark hall, open door, Mud on the threshold now, clear even from the lawn. A smear on the bottom step where someone had come out or gone in. Then I looked toward Mark's. Alarm screaming. Denise somewhere inside. Mark already running blind. Mark has no idea about the dog door, I said. Claire understood before I finished. You think whoever's in our house is going out the back, or coming in through it, with the gate, with the deck, with Denise. Mabel pulled toward the street, away from both houses. Claire's eyes followed her. Across the street, Mrs. Avery's porch light switched on. For 1 second, I thought help had arrived. Then the porch light went off again. Not help, a motion sensor, a raccoon, a passing branch. The world offering ordinary explanations like insults. Claire handed me Mabel's collar. Take her to Avery's. No, Ben, you go. I'm faster. You're bleeding. So are you. I'm going after Mark. No, she grabbed my sleeve. No, you're not making a heroic mess because you feel guilty about the laptop. I'm not. You are. She was right enough that I hated her for half a second. Then Mark screamed. Not Denise. Mark. A deep, stunned sound from behind his house. Claire let go of me. We ran. Mabel came because I had her collar, and because she had no choice. We cut across the front lawn, past Mark's ruined truck, through the side gate he'd left swinging. The narrow passage between the houses funneled the alarm into our ears until it became less a sound than a pressure. Rainwater flicked from the siding. My shoulder scraped brick. The raised bulkhead gaped on our left, black steps dropping down into our basement. Something moved inside it. I didn't stop. In Mark's backyard, everything had shifted. The laundry room door stood open now. The wire that had trapped the handle hung cut, not with bolt cutters, but with something rougher, twisted until it snapped. Mark was on the patio on one knee, one hand pressed to his forearm. Blood ran between his fingers and dripped onto the concrete. Denise stood behind him in the laundry doorway, barefoot, wearing pajama pants and a cardigan, her hair wild around her face. Her left hand was wrapped in a dish towel already spotted red. And near the back fence, half crouched by the maple tree, was the man from the final trail camera image. Orange safety vest, pale badge clipped to his chest, mud up to both knees. In one hand, he held a long metal pry bar. In the other, he held Claire's blue therapy putty container. For a stupid moment, that detail made no sense at all. The little plastic tub from our kitchen floor, the one that had rolled under the chair when I grabbed the laptop. Then he threw it, not at us, at Mabel. The container hit the concrete and popped open with a wet clap. Blue putty slapped onto the patio, and Mabel, terrified but still a dog, lunged toward the sudden movement and smell. Mabel, no, Claire shouted. The man bolted toward our fence gate. Mark tried to stand. His leg buckled. Denise grabbed him under the arm. He cut me, Mark gasped. He was in the laundry room. The man hit the gate latch, got it open, and slipped into our backyard. That was the first direct view I had of him. Not a monster, not even especially large. Mid-40s maybe, white, narrow-faced, with a short beard clotted with mud, and a hard yellowish bruise blooming around one eye. He moved badly, favoring his left side, but he moved with purpose. His right hand clamped the pry bar like he had rehearsed every step except the part where people fought back. Claire ran after him. I dropped the laptop. It hit the patio with a crack. I didn't care. I grabbed Mabel around the ribs before she swallowed half the therapy putty, shoved her toward Denise, and followed Claire through the gate. Our backyard felt different from the inside now. It had always sloped gently away from the house, patio and deck at the top, wet grass in the middle, compost bin, and maple tree at the rear. That morning, it had become a map of places someone had used against us. The low deck with broken lattice crouched to the right of the back door. The bulkhead sat along the left side of the house, hidden from the yard by holly bushes. The trail camera tree stood halfway back near the compost. The rear fence bordered the wooded easement where the ground dipped and softened into the drainage creek. The man in the vest was running toward the deck, not away, toward the dog door. Claire saw it too. "He's going back in," she shouted. The back door was locked from inside. The dog door flap slapped in the lower panel, loose and dark. The man dropped to one knee and shoved his arm through it. Claire hit him with the only thing she had herself. She slammed into his side, shoulder first, hard enough that both of them crashed against the deck steps. The pry bar clanged against the railing. He cursed and swung backward with his elbow. It caught Claire in the cheek. She dropped. I heard the sound her head made on the wet wood. Short, hollow. Everything in me narrowed. I crossed the last 10 feet without thinking. The man was reaching through the dog door again when I grabbed the back of his vest and pulled. The reflective fabric tore under my fingers, but it was enough to spin him. He came up with the pry bar. I lifted my arm. Bad choice. The bar hit my forearm just below the wrist. Pain flashed white and immediate. My hand opened by itself. My knees went soft. I made a noise that did not sound like me. The man shoved me away and scrambled toward the dog door. "Stop," I shouted uselessly. Then Claire, from the deck, grabbed his ankle. Her face was bleeding at the cheekbone, one eye already swelling. She held him with both hands and screamed, not words, just effort. He kicked her. Once, twice. On the second kick, she let go. He shoved the pry bar through the dog door, reaching up to lift the latch from inside. That was when the crawling person moved under the deck. I had forgotten them. Somehow, in all of it, I had forgotten the first figure, the one from the trail camera footage, the one with orange cord around their ankle and one leg dragging wrong. A hand shot through the broken lattice and clamped around the man's boot. The man in the vest screamed, not fear at first, anger. "Let go, Owen," the name snapped through the yard. Owen. A second hand appeared from under the deck. Mud, black nails, pale wrist. The crawling person pulled with whatever strength he had left. The man in the vest went down hard onto his chest, chin striking the bottom step. The pry bar skidded across the deck. I dove for it. My right forearm screamed when I put weight on it, so I grabbed the bar with my left hand. It was heavier than I expected, slick with rain and mud. The man twisted, kicking at the lattice. "He's sick. He's contaminated. Get away from him." Claire pushed herself up on one elbow. "Ben, I've got it." I didn't. The man lunged at me from the ground. I swung the pry bar, not gracefully, not like a movie, more like swatting a wasp with a shovel. It struck his shoulder with a thick sound. He went down again, but not out. People don't go out neatly. They curse, they claw, they keep moving when you wish they wouldn't. From under the deck, the crawling person groaned. "Help," he said, a real voice, hoarse, close. Mark and Denise came through the gate behind us with Mabel barking in frantic bursts. Mark had wrapped his belt around his bleeding forearm and held it tight with his other hand. Denise carried a fireplace poker from her house, both hands shaking around it. "Back," Claire shouted. "Stay back." The man in the vest looked at all of us and changed. I saw the calculation leave his face. He couldn't get into the house. He couldn't run to the gate. He couldn't control the scene anymore, so he went for the bulkhead. He pushed off the deck, slipped once in the mud, and sprinted along the side of the house toward the cellar doors. "Don't let him down there," Mark yelled. I knew why before he said it. The basement, the old coal room, the possible subsurface route, the place where this whole thing had come from. If he got underground, we might lose him. If he got to whatever access point he'd used, he could disappear into drainage, utility space, old water infrastructure, anything under that wet strip of Westchester nobody thought about unless a pipe burst. I ran after him with the pry bar. Claire tried to stand and failed. My right arm hung uselessly against my side, each step jarring pain up to my shoulder. My lungs burned. The backyard blurred at the edges. The man reached the bulkhead first. He yanked the raised door higher and dropped onto the steps. I was 5 feet behind him when the crawling person under the deck shouted, "Gas," one word, "enough." I stopped so hard my feet slid. The smell I'd noticed earlier, chemical, sharp, bleach-like, came back as the bulkhead opened wider. Not gas like gasoline, not natural gas. Chlorine, solvent, something from old utility work or deliberate cleaning. The kind of fumes that sit low in a basement and make your throat close. The man in the vest descended anyway. Mark shouted, "He cut something down there." The central threat finally clicked into a shape. Not supernatural ground, subsurface work, a buried access point, a utility inspection. 2 men, one hurt, one desperate to cover what had happened. The yard was not haunted. It had been used. Our backyard, with its soft, wet rear corner and old drainage easement, sat above something someone had opened and someone else had crawled out of. The man vanished through the lower basement door. I heard him inside our basement. Then I heard the dining chair scrape again. He was trying to get into the house from below or block the door, or retrieve something, or destroy something. No more waiting. "Mark," I shouted, "your floodlight, in the truck, keys." He threw them. They landed short in the grass near the hydrangeas. I grabbed them and ran, not to the bulkhead, to the front. My feet slipped on the side path. I slammed my broken, feeling forearm into the brick and nearly blacked out. The pain came in hot waves. I tasted metal. By the time I reached Mark's truck, my breath sounded like paper tearing. The truck tires were ruined, but the doors still opened. I hit the unlock button. Nothing. Dead fob. Wrong button. My bloody fingers slipped. Behind me, Claire shouted my name from the backyard. I tried the key manually. It turned. Inside, the truck smelled like coffee, sawdust, and wet canvas. Tools filled the back seat. I found the floodlight on the floorboard, heavy and yellow, beside bolt cutters and a roll of duct tape. I grabbed the floodlight with my good hand and tucked the bolt cutters awkwardly under my bad arm, which made me swear so loudly Mrs. Avery's porch light came on again across the street. This time, her door opened. "Mrs. Avery," I yelled. "Call 911. Now." Margaret Avery, 71, female, stood in her robe on her porch, silver hair flat on one side, phone already in hand. She did not ask questions. She had lived alone on that street for 30 years and understood tone better than explanation. "I am," she shouted. That was not a sudden savior. It was a neighbor doing what neighbors do when the emergency finally becomes visible. I ran back. The floodlight clicked on in my hand, blasting the side passage white. Every wet leaf flashed. Every brick groove sharpened. The raised bulkhead looked like a mouth made of steel. Claire met me at the corner of the house. She was swaying. Blood ran from her cheek to her jaw. "Don't go down there," she said. "We need him out." "No, we need Owen out, Owen, the crawling man." I looked toward the deck. Denise was kneeling there, talking to someone beneath it, while Mark held the lattice open with his good arm. Mabel barked and barked from behind the gate. Claire was right. Again. The man in the vest had been trying to get inside. Owen had stopped him. Owen knew about the fumes. Owen was the first victim, not the threat. We changed the plan. Improvisation, not bravery. "Light," Claire said. I gave it to her. She aimed it under the deck. The beam found Owen. Owen Price, about 38, male, though I learned his full name later, lay half curled in the mud beneath our deck. Wore shredded work pants, one boot missing, and a torn gray thermal shirt under a reflective vest, so covered in soil it looked brown. Orange utility cord was wrapped around his right ankle, biting deep enough that the skin around it was swollen purple. His left leg bent wrong below the knee. His face was gray with pain and dehydration, lips cracked, one eye sealed by dried mud. Not a corpse, not a creature, a man. "Don't pull the leg," Denise said, voice shaking. He said, "Don't pull the leg." "Wire cutters," Mark said. I handed him the bolt cutters. He looked at his own injured arm, then at me. My right arm was useless. Claire's hands were steady enough. She took the cutters. The orange cord snapped on the second try. Owen sobbed once into the mud. Inside the basement, glass broke. Then came a rush of air from the bulkhead, carrying that chemical bite stronger than before. Owen lifted his head. He opened the treatment cans. "What cans?" I asked. "Old sample drums. Chlorine tablets, acid wash." He coughed hard. He's trying to make it look like an accident. Mark stared toward the bulkhead. "In your basement." Owen's eyes rolled toward me. Access tunnel collapsed under the easement. He hit me. Thought I was dead. I got out through the wrong shaft. The wrong shaft, our yard, the torn ground. The explanation was almost worse than mystery. A thud came from inside our house. Then another. Upstairs. Kitchen, mudroom. "He's in," Claire said. The man in the vest had gotten past the basement door. And if he was inside, he could leave through the front, through the back, through the dog door, or start a fire, or hurt anyone still near the house. Mrs. Avery's voice carried from across the street. "Police are on the way. Real this time, maybe. But the man appeared at the kitchen window before the sirens did. He stood behind the glass, breathing hard, orange vest torn, face streaked dark. In one hand, he held my laptop. In the other, a red plastic gas can from our shed. My mind rejected that detail. We didn't store gasoline inside. The shed was behind the deck. He had been in our shed before, or under it, or had taken it while we chased him. Claire whispered, "No." He looked directly at me and smiled, not wide, not mad, just bitter. Then he tipped the gas can over our kitchen floor. "Move," I shouted. He was going to burn the evidence, the house, maybe the basement, maybe all of it. Make one ugly scene out of several. Fire explains panic. Fire destroys footprints. Fire turns trail camera footage into rumor if the SD card goes with it. I ran for the back door. Claire grabbed my shirt, but wet fabric tore loose. I hit the deck steps and slipped. My shin struck the edge hard enough to split skin. I crawled the last few feet. Inside, through the dog door, I could smell gasoline now, unmistakable and thick. The man turned toward the stove. Not matches. The stove. Gas burners. Spark ignition. The dog door was too small for me, but not too small for the pry bar. I shoved the bar through and hooked the plastic slide lock. It took 3 tries. My bad arm hung useless. My good hand shook. The man heard me and came toward the door. I lifted the latch. Claire hit the door from behind me with her shoulder. It opened 6 inches before the security chain caught. The man slammed into it from inside. The door jerked shut on my fingers. Pain burst through my left hand, now 2. I screamed. Claire screamed with me and threw herself against the door again. The chain held. The man inside raised the pry bar he had taken back somehow, or another tool, I couldn't tell. He swung at the glass panel. Crack again. Crack. Mark came up beside us with the fireplace poker Denise had carried. He jammed it through the opening and lifted, catching the chain where it met the wall plate. "Pull," he shouted. Claire and I pulled the door outward. Mark pried. The screws tore from old wood one by one. The chain snapped free. The door flew open. Gasoline fumes rolled over us. The man lunged. Denise hit him with the floodlight. She had come up behind Mark, silent until that moment, both hands over the handle. The metal casing struck the man's temple with a sound like a melon dropped on tile. He fell sideways into the lower cabinets, knocking open the drawer where we kept dish towels. He was not unconscious, but he was slowed. Mark went down on him with his full weight, injured arm useless, knee on the man's back. The man bucked hard enough to slam Mark's shoulder into the cabinet. "Hands," Mark yelled. "Hands." Claire grabbed the duct tape from the truck supplies, tore it with her teeth, and wrapped the man's wrists while I kicked the gas can upright with my foot. Gasoline spread across the tile in a shining sheet, soaking into the rug by the sink. The stove clicked. Once, twice. We all froze. The man was smiling again, cheek pressed to the floor. The front left burner knob had been turned. Click. No flame yet, just spark. Click. Claire crawled through the gasoline and slapped the knob off. No one moved for a second after that. Then sirens filled the street. Real ones. Multiple. Close. The man under Mark stopped fighting when he heard them. Not because he gave up exactly, because the part of him that had believed he could still control the scene finally lost its grip. Police came in through the front with weapons drawn and shoes squeaking on our gasoline-slick floor. Officers shouted. We shouted back. Mabel barked from the yard. Denise kept saying, "There's another man under the deck," over and over until someone understood. The man in the torn orange vest was cuffed face down in my kitchen. Owen was pulled from beneath the deck by paramedics 20 minutes later, screaming when they stabilized his leg. Claire sat on the patio steps with a towel pressed to her face and refused to let go of my sleeve. Mark leaned against his fence, gray and sweating, his forearm wrapped by an EMT. Denise stood beside him, shaking so hard the foil blanket around her shoulders made a dry insect sound. And I sat in the wet grass near the compost bin, staring at the torn patch of ground where the trail camera had first seen a hand. It was smaller than I expected, just a jagged oval of collapsed soil and roots, rimmed with mud, leading into blackness beneath the yard. Not a grave, not a portal, not anything impossible. An access void, a hidden break in the ground where human negligence, panic, and violence had surfaced in our ordinary life. The police asked me questions. I answered some. Not well. At one point, an officer held up the cracked SD reader and asked if this was mine. I said yes. Then I looked at Claire, at the blood on her cheek, at her bare injured foot, at the way she watched me as if checking whether I was still there behind my eyes. The conflict was over in the practical sense. The man was restrained. Owen was alive. The gasoline had not caught. But when the firefighters opened our basement windows and chemical air poured out into the morning, I understood that my backyard had not returned to being mine. Not really. Something had come out of the ground, and even explained, even cuffed, even loaded into an ambulance or a police cruiser. It had left a shape under the house that I could feel every time the floorboards shifted. By noon, our backyard had been divided into squares with orange spray paint. That was what made it feel official. Not the police cars, not the ambulance, not the firefighters carrying fans into our kitchen and basement, not even the county utility truck that arrived with its amber lights spinning slowly in the rain. It was the spray paint. Bright, almost cheerful markings across the grass, around the torn hole near the rear fence, along the edge of the deck, beside the bulkhead where the cut padlock lay in an evidence bag. Little symbols, arrows, numbers, a language for damage. I sat on the back step under a blanket I didn't remember accepting, watching two men in hard hats crouch by the place where Owen Price had crawled out of the ground. One of them held a measuring rod. The other took photos. They spoke quietly, in that careful tone people use when they are afraid their own words might become part of a report. Claire was at urgent care with Denise. That was the only reason I was still sitting upright. Claire had texted me twice, once to say her cheek wasn't broken, once to say her foot needed cleaning and a tetanus booster, but no stitches. She didn't use an emoji. She didn't say she was okay. I didn't blame her. My right forearm was splinted from wrist to elbow. Hairline fracture of the ulna, the ER doctor had said, as if naming the bone made it less humiliating. 2 fingers on my left hand were taped together where the back door had crushed them. My shin was bandaged. My knuckles looked like I had tried to punch brick and lost, which was more or less true. Mark was still at the hospital. His forearm wound had been deeper than he admitted. The pry bar had opened him from wrist toward elbow, missing the tendon by enough that the surgeon used the word lucky. Denise had a cut across her palm from the wire around the laundry room door, and bruises on both wrists where she had tried to wrench herself free. She kept apologizing to the EMTs for making a fuss, which was such a Denise thing to do that, Mark cried when he heard it. Owen was alive. That fact moved through the morning like something fragile being passed hand to hand. Owen Price, 38, male, utility contractor from Lancaster County, had a broken tibia, 2 cracked ribs, dehydration, exposure, and a concussion. He had been under the deck long enough that his voice rasped when he tried to answer questions. The paramedics gave him oxygen on our lawn. He grabbed one of their sleeves before they loaded him into the ambulance and said he buried the bag. No one knew what that meant yet. The man in the orange vest was named Travis Bell, 46, male, subcontractor, former employee of a drainage inspection company that had worked with the county on old easement mapping. He was not some shadow from under the earth. He had a driver's license, a bad left knee, 2 prior arrests for assault, and a wife in Coatesville who told detectives she thought he was on a job in Reading. He had also, according to the investigators who spoke carefully, and only when necessary, been using an abandoned stormwater inspection route beneath the wooded easement behind our houses. Some old utility infrastructure had been improperly sealed decades earlier. A narrow access run, half collapsed and mostly unmapped, cut under several properties before meeting the drainage creek. It wasn't a tunnel in the movie sense, not brick arches and lanterns, more like a cramped, wet, concrete and soil channel that should have been filled, forgotten by everyone except the kind of men who remembered buried things because buried things could be useful. Owen and Travis had gone in before dawn for a legitimate inspection, according to Owen. For something else, according to the evidence bag later removed from the mud. I learned most of that in pieces, not from one neat explanation. Detective named Sheila Dorsey, 51, female, with rain beads clinging to the shoulders of her navy jacket, asked me to walk her through the footage after a technician recovered the files from the damaged SD card. She was patient in the way tired people can be patient. No wasted softness, but no cruelty either. We sat in the back of a patrol SUV because our kitchen smelled like gasoline and chlorine. She held a tablet between us while the images advanced one at a time. Hand, head, shoulder, Owen dragging himself out of the ground, Travis entering frame, Owen raising his arm, the long dark object at Travis's side, the back gate, the orange vest. Detective Dorsey paused there and looked at me. You did the right thing preserving this. I almost laughed. I thought of Claire shouting, "Leave it." I thought of the laptop cracking on Mark's patio. I thought of my own frozen need to see one more image while people were bleeding around me. I almost didn't, I said. But you did. That That was the kind of mercy people offer when they don't have to live with your timing. Inside the house, firefighters had opened every window. A hazmat team had taped off the kitchen and basement. The gasoline had soaked into the old floorboards near the sink. The rug was gone. 2 cabinets were removed. The stove was disconnected. Our basement door stood open now, but nobody went down without a mask. The dining chair mark had wedged beneath the knob lay on its side in the kitchen. 1 leg cracked. For some reason, that upset me more than the blood on the tile. Chairs belong under tables. Seeing it broken and shoved against the wall made the whole house feel rearranged in a way I couldn't fix. Mabel spent the afternoon in Mrs. Avery's sunroom. Margaret Avery, 71, female, our neighbor across the street, took her in without asking whether beagles shed. She put down an old towel, filled a mixing bowl with water, and told the police officer on her porch that if anyone needed Ben or Claire, they could knock like civilized people and not stomp through her flower beds. Mabel hid beneath Margaret's sewing table and refused turkey, which was how I knew the dog was worse off than any of us wanted to say. At 3:30, Claire came back. Denise brought her, because Denise had refused to go home until Mark got out of surgery, and the hospital staff gently insisted she could not stand in the hallway bleeding through a second bandage. They arrived in Denise's SUV, moving slowly, both of them pale under their clean medical tape. Claire stepped out and looked at our house, not at me first, at the house. The front door was open. Yellow tape crossed the side passage. A utility crew had set up cones near the curb. Our back windows were propped high to vent the chemical smell. It looked less like a home than a place professionals had agreed something happened. I walked toward her and stopped too far away. Her left eye was swelling purple at the edge. There was a white butterfly bandage high on her cheekbone. Her hoodie had been replaced by a paper-thin urgent care sweatshirt 2 sizes too big. "Hey," I said. She nodded. That was all at first. Denise hugged herself beside the SUV. "Mark's awake," she said. He asked if the truck was okay. Claire made a sound that was almost a laugh. It broke halfway through. "Of course he did," I said. Denise looked past me toward her own house. Their front door had damage near the lock. The laundry room window shade still hung crooked. "I don't want to go in there." "You can stay with Margaret," Claire said immediately. Denise shook her head. "No, I mean ever." Nobody corrected her. Nobody said she didn't mean that. We had all spent too many hours inside ordinary rooms that were no longer ordinary. Detective Dorsey came over then, along with a younger officer carrying a plastic evidence box. She asked Claire if she felt able to answer a few questions later in the evening. Claire said yes, too quickly. I said, "She just got back from urgent care." Claire looked at me. "I can answer questions." "I know. I'm saying you don't have to right now." Her face tightened, and I thought she might snap at me. Maybe I deserved it. But then she looked down at my splinted arm and the taped fingers and the bandage on my shin. "I don't know what I have to do right now," she said. That was the most honest thing either of us had said all day. Detective Dorsey heard it and closed her notebook. "Tonight is fine. Tomorrow is also fine. We have enough for now." Before she left, Claire asked, "Was he trying to kill Owen?" Dorsey took a moment. "We believe he assaulted Mr. Price underground after an argument," she said. Mr. Bell claims Mr. Price fell during the collapse and became confused. The footage and injuries do not support that cleanly. "What was in the bag?" I asked. Dorsey's eyes moved to me. So Owen's words had reached her too. We're still processing that. It was not quite an answer. It was also not quite a refusal. Later, a county investigator told Mark that the bag contained cash, several sealed plastic packets of documents, and 2 old thumb drives wrapped in layers of waterproof tape. None of that became public right away. For days, rumors filled the block faster than facts. Hazardous dumping, bribes, illegal dumping contracts, something about falsified drainage reports. I never knew which parts were true, and by then I had learned the hard way that needing the whole shape could become its own kind of trap. The official line was simpler. An unauthorized access route had been used during improper inspection activity. An assault occurred underground. One worker escaped through an unstable ground breach on private property. The suspect attempted to interfere with witnesses and destroy evidence. That was the kind of sentence lawyers like, because it leaves out screams. It leaves out Denise, trapped in her laundry room, pulling wire into her palm until it opened her skin. It leaves out Mark stopping on his porch because his wife told him not to come in. It leaves out Claire crawling through gasoline to turn off a stove burner. It leaves out a man under our deck saying help with mud packed in his teeth. It leaves out the dog door flapping. For 2 weeks, we did not live in the house. Insurance put us in a hotel near Exton, beside a chain restaurant that smelled like fryer oil from 11 in the morning until midnight. Claire hated it immediately because the hallway carpet had a pattern that made her dizzy. I hated it because every ice machine thump sounded like something hitting a basement door. Mabel hated the elevator. We took the stairs. At first, Claire and I talked only about practical things: claim numbers, medical follow-ups, whether the basement remediation company had called back, which detective needed which statement, who would pick up Mabel's anxiety medication from the vet. Became efficient in the brittle way people do when the emotional part is too large to touch. Then one night, after we ate takeout noodles from cardboard bowls on the hotel bed, Claire said, "I thought you were going to die because you needed to be right." I put my fork down. She kept looking at the television, which was on mute and showing a house-flipping show where people smiled at rotten subflooring. "I know," I said. "No, don't do that." "What? Agree like that ends it." So I didn't. The room hummed. The mini fridge clicked. Mabel snored between the beds, twitching in some dog dream I hoped had nothing to do with mud. "I kept thinking," Claire said, "if you had left the laptop, maybe you would have been 2 steps faster. Maybe the door wouldn't have caught your hand. Maybe Mark wouldn't have gone ahead. I know that's not fair. It is fair. It's not entirely fair. But some." She looked at me then. "Yes," she said, "some. That was one of the consequences too. Not medical, not legal. The smaller fracture under the fracture. Trust doesn't disappear all at once. Sometimes it just starts checking the door behind you. When we finally came home, the backyard looked overexposed. The deck lattice had been removed. The ground beneath it was bare and raked smooth. The hole at the rear had been excavated into a wider trench, then filled with compacted stone and capped under county supervision. A temporary fence split the back third of the yard. The compost bin was gone. The maple tree still had the trail camera strap mark around it, a dark band where the bark had stayed dry. I took the camera down. Claire watched from the patio. "You don't want to keep it up?" she asked. "No, because it scares you. Because I'll look at it." She nodded like that was the right answer. The house still smelled faintly wrong. Cleaning products, new plywood, ozone from the air scrubbers, and beneath it all, a damp mineral smell from the basement that had probably always been there, but now had meaning. The kitchen floorboards near the sink were replaced with lighter wood that didn't match. The back door had a new deadbolt and no dog door. Mabel stood in front of the sealed lower panel and sniffed it every morning for a week, offended and relieved. Mark came by 10 days after his surgery, arm in a brace, walking slowly. Denise stayed at the edge of our driveway while he talked, not because she was unfriendly, but because she had stopped entering houses without thinking. She smiled when Claire came out, and they hugged carefully, cheek to cheek, like both of them were bruised in matching places. Mark looked at the patched section of lawn. "County says they'll reimburse for landscaping." I laughed once. He did too, then winced and held his arm. "Truck S totaled," he said, "not mechanically, emotionally." "That sounds like you." "Denise says I'm not allowed to own bolt cutters anymore. Probably wise." He glanced at Claire, then back at me. "You doing okay?" I almost said yes. Then I almost said no. Instead I said, "I keep hearing the chair." He understood immediately. His eyes went to the kitchen window. Yeah, the legal part stretched on. Travis Bell was charged with aggravated assault, kidnapping, burglary, reckless endangerment, evidence tampering, and a list of environmental and utility-related violations I couldn't keep straight. He pled not guilty. His lawyer argued panic, confusion, worksite accident, toxic exposure. The footage made those arguments harder. So did Denise's injuries. So did Owen's leg. Owen sent us a letter in December, not an email. A handwritten letter on lined paper, the handwriting uneven where pain or medication made the pen drag. He thanked us for not leaving me under there, though technically we had not known he was under there for far too long. He wrote that he remembered Mabel barking above him and the sound of Claire's voice, but not much else. He said he was learning to walk with a frame. He said he had nightmares about soil in his mouth. Claire read the letter twice and put it in the drawer with our passports and birth certificates. Important papers. By spring, grass began to grow over the repaired yard in a lighter shade than the rest. Normal life returned in the way normal life does, unevenly, with gaps. Packages came. Bills arrived. Mark fixed Mrs. Avery's gutter with one arm and a lot of swearing. Denise went back to work, but parked under the brightest lot light. Claire started correcting me when I hesitated too long, not sharply every time, but with a look that meant decide before fear decides for you. I tried. Some nights I succeeded. Some nights I stood at the kitchen sink and stared at the new boards until Claire touched my shoulder. The subtle thing happened in April. It had rained for 3 days, steady and cold, turning the backyard soft again. The county fence was gone by then. The trench was capped. The reports were filed. The official danger was over. Mabel woke us at 3:12 a.m. not barking, whining. I found her in the kitchen, standing by the sealed back door, nose pointed down at the bottom panel where the dog door used to be. Her ears were flat, her tail tucked. The house was dark except for the stove clock and the small night light Claire had started leaving near the basement door. I stood there in bare feet, listening. Drip from the gutter, tick from the baseboard, rain pressing softly against the windows. Then from somewhere beneath the yard or beneath the house, or maybe only inside the old pipes, came a faint metallic tap. 1. A pause. 2. I did not wake Claire. That is the part I still don't know how to feel about. I turned on every outside light. I checked the new basement lock. I looked through the kitchen window at the patched grass, shining wet under the flood lamp. Nothing moved. No hand rose from the ground. No orange vest passed between the trees. No dog door flapped, because there was no dog door anymore. In the morning, I told Claire, not immediately, but I told her. She looked at me for a long time. Then she said, "Do we call someone?" The old me would have said we should wait and see if it happened again. The new me picked up my phone. The county came out 2 days later, inspected the patched ground, checked the basement wall, opened a service cover near the easement, and found nothing dangerous. Settling, they said, water movement. Metal contracting around an old pipe. Normal after remediation. Normal. I accepted the explanation. Mostly. But every now and then, when the yard is wet and the trains move through Westchester late at night, the floorboards shift. The basement breathes its mineral smell up through the old house, and Mabel lifts her head from the rug to stare at the back door. Not barking, just listening. And I listen too. Not because I expect someone to crawl out of the ground again, because now I know that the ground can keep secrets for years, and when they finally surface, they don't always look like secrets. Sometimes they look like a hand in the mud. Sometimes they look like a man with a badge. Sometimes they sound like one small tap below the floor, explainable enough that you can go back to bed if you choose to. That's tonight's story. If it gives you chills, make sure to like, subscribe to Mia Horror Stories, and tap the bell so you never miss what's coming next. And if you're still brave enough, there are more dark tales waiting for you right here on the channel. Go watch another if you dare.